Coming jucken. I love it. Sushi. Band-Aids. Fuck yeah. Books. Oh, man. Oh, America. Breath of fire. Fuck yeah. Oh, there's more to it. America. Oh, right. Fuck yeah. To save the motherfucking day, yeah. Jigsaw USA is AI? Fucking fine, whatever. We'll get rid of it. I didn't even look, dude. I had to comb the fucking depths for this shit. Jesus Christ. Now you got to answer to America. Fuck yeah. America. Fuck yeah. Oh, that's it? Okay. All right, there you go. Welcome to it. Hello, everybody. How we doing? Hope we're all doing well. Yeah, it's America Day. It's the 4th of July, and we're going to play America-themed games.
It's almost the 4th of July, and I'm going to celebrate. We're going to say our prayers. We're going to eat our vitamins. We're going to masturbate daily. Yeah.
Gee, goddamn, Vincent.
Alert 4.
Goddamn, you are insane, sir. Crazy insane. Good Lord. Anyways, yes, we've got the if-then goal for today. And I put it at this goal because it's the 250th anniversary of America. Which makes it, you know, a 10th as old as like every other European country or China or Africa. Like 100th as old as African countries. But yes. We are running the special promotion for today, 35% off. I'll give subs, 5 or more gift subs. But anybody who subs, gift subs, or resubs today, don't touch that. Anybody who subs, gift subs, or resubs today will be entered in to win a game of their choice. Any game to be played later on this month. Yeah, I think the 28th is what I said. The Tuesday, the 28th. Or that week, whichever day works out best. So that's what's coming up, or what you can win. No monetary value. You can win that if you put in your subs, gift subs, or resubs. But I got to get started on this. So hold on. Let's see. Let's get some. What do I want? Something. Oh, here we go. There we go. Yeah. Let's get up, get out there. All right, starting at the bottom. Tivios with 98 months. Fatui with 10 gifted subs to Poggett, Chameleon Pope, Minty Fresh, Mr. Sith 420, DJ Sopal, Etoil, Philantes 29, Organic Meow, Inky Blot, Wekendam Warrior, Woban D Wonder Dog. Those are from Fatui. And then we had 50. Actually, 100 from Vincent, but we'll start with the first 50. Zeke, may I say, amazing your cosplay day. I mean, 250 pounds for 250 years, brilliant. I wish I was 250. I'm not, but there you go. There's your timeout. Vincent, thank you for your service, by the way, for timing out Scott. Let's see, Vincent gifting out 50 more subs too. Weathered Machine, Raw 1, Bear Shack, That Gurweez, Damian Spike, Crimson 251, 25001. BBB Bun, Kitty Perfect Nonstop, W8 or Wait Bro, Getty Bistro, Snowlandria, Ordonis Wolfhearts, Silver Kajahar, fuck, Die the Sky, then Kybel, Mr. Weedos, Dr. Jackal 321, Snake Death, Adreno, Swanky D, Hyperflow, Burst of Color, Astral Flame, Bubba Hotep, Hagar 6025, Drink Buddy, Cupid Must Die, Ninchat, Zed Fury, Kodai Ryu, Yes Chewy, DJ Nemesis, Whitpit, Voked, Gus XL, Red Raider 60, Jane Darkside, Nax, Jorino, Arctic Cube, Benizzled, Tundra Drum, Woodworks, Arch, Cecina, Quetzalcoatl UK, Velenemy, Clown Shoes 44, Tixit. Okay, those are the first 50 for Vincent.
Hail Berserkers!
And then we had Mr. Queck with 97 months, Avaricious with 105, Mad Baumer with 147, Stryer with a gifted sub to Sharticus Prime, great name, Enchim 75 with 75 months. Hey, your golden subiversary. Iron Alencia, thank you for the 2 months. Fubar Ball with 6 years. Pesh with 31. Gerber Baby with 98, getting close to your 100. Saku with 47, almost 4 years for Saku. Sauciest Potato with 26, and then 50 fucking more. 50 goddamn more from Vincent to Nick Belev, Void Stardust, Necro Sun, Madoshido, Fool's Mate, Martox, Nun Puncher, Sick Rawls, Swirsky, Zedson, Jacket Pete, Chrysea 9, Azukar Games, I Am Foggy, Ryan Cookie Monster 31, Doomed Lung, Ray 5566, Welsh G, Phaser, Semi Jesus, Rookie the Shaman, Barrowin, Alif, Scorp 29 in Abyss, Kuzamance, Bird Bee, Bucky Hammerhead, Nick Rodick, TK Knight or T Knight, the Eud, Titan Grippy, Ryuki Kurai, Makes Sense, Panicone, Fire Wound 363, Fake Humanoid, Miratage, Ominence, OG Mandiasu, Gigaton Jones, Zega, Rigor Mortis, Mulbwub, Thrasher, can I buy a vowel on that one? Thrasher Escape, Elajon, Willowin, Jedi Zenflay, Neander Nerd, Militor, and Blue Thunder Bub. Those are all 50 from Vincent.
Hail Berserkers!
And then we had Mighty Incisors with 5 of their own. Scott, Shimo, Exotheory, Camo Legend, Educated Demon, and Nuka Heal. Those are for Mighty Incisors. Pseudonyms with 5.
For your money, though. I do appreciate your
Join to Barnaby Wild, Frozen Raccoon, Hugs of War, GMC Metal, and Tyneris. Those are from Pseudonyms. We had Marcel with 48 months, Saku with 10 gifted subs to Richard Chameleon, Bird the Word, Ace Keys, Nomer Mail, Atrigent, Mustard Dragon, Enigzor, Cytopian, Ricky, and Mezer G. Schmidt. Those are from Saku. Butane on my skin, giving 1 to Sovereign. Pickled Dad with 5 gifted subs to Epic Warlock, Gentleman, Varia, Gamer Biomech, and Thalian Gray. Those are from Pickled Dad. Pat the Rush with 10 to Zerti, Mishimac, Double Kegu, Silent 107, Necronos, Big Grape 8, Frosty 8410, Akunin EQ, Afdog, and Silver Rock. Enshem with 10 more gifted subs to Prize Fighter 180, Badass Gaming for Life, Sponksu, Evinitage, Rich CM, Zyre 7, Visionary Caesar, Jim Who, God's Atheist Son, and One Man Army Star. Those are from Enshem. Ionis with 41 months. Pervy Sages with 5 gifted subs to It Isn't Danny, The Shadow Tiger, Zergpal, Esseneg, and Shugzed. Insane Finn with 75 months. Dante Shepard gifting a sub to Xenotine. Assistily with 10 gifted subs to Wazi Ozzy, Captain Obi, Not a Stoner's Arcade, Captain Basil, Janman 88, Byronic 88, B.I. Grant or Big Rant 2010, Heidi Shouldn't, Ackery, and Game Liant. Those are from Assistly. Kane Firefield with 53 months. And then another fucking 50. God damn. Hold on. Let me get another fucking 50 from Vincent. Going to El Kaido Tour, Clumsy Leopard, Custom Rides, Dragon 91, Kalendorf, Micrud, Warlock 2112, Ralph Wolf Art, Bubba Jim, Degario, Kapanin, Daini Donkey, VTech versus the World, Sulantis, that's not chili. Vamp Lord, I like that one. That's not chili. Vamp Lord, Macaplac, Othalos, Will the Thrill 81, Gremlin Life, Level 6, Papega 0819, The Backer Up, Caterus Memph, Kelzor Deterrains, Lancer Mancer, Jeff 9920, Norse Rat 1349, Adamant Moose, Harley Quincy, Dang You, Stereo Feed, Eric 007, KO Crash, Gentleman Red, RNR Terror, Cozy of You, Devil's Eyes, Raider 10, Leprechaun 1066, Jag is Me 1, Shelka, Crispy Dry, Grave Heart, Vex, Dexter DVD, Instant Access, Pose J, Northbound, Bug the Destroyer, and Zero Doog. Those are from Vincent.
Hail, Berserkers!
And then we had Ink 27 with 5 gifted subs to Mr. JP Law, Cicero 2K, Does Nothing Gaming, Taz Dragor, Jordy Jones. Those are from Ink 27. Mr. Jojo with 77, 57 months from Undead Seth, 33 months from C. Newman, or 41 months from C. Newman. Vincent gifting a sub to Pervy Sages. Spencer with 153 months. Me, if you're then long time. Thank you. Also, Kia Britt with 5 gifted subs to Mortified Penguin, Arnwid, Bright Moon 80, Weckby, and Claudione. Those are from Kia Britt. And Spencer with 10 more gifted subs to Ranger Danger, Namkut, Slooshman, Wake Up Humans, Moon Chili 007, Merca Drive, Bento the Ordinary, Ardranus, Inverted J, and Docker 666.
Hail, Berserkers!
Oh my goodness gracious.
Oh, I am an idiot. I'm literally an idiot. Okay.
Oh no, not get into my thighs. I love that I'm playing this distinctly Japanese music on on the 4th of July. I just can't stand patriotic music. The only patriotic music I like is the America Fuck Yeah theme. Like what's an actually a good patriotic like American song? Because I don't like most of them. Anyways, Hella Devol with 5 more gifted subs to Mr. Quithrode, Silent Sub, Amorous 21, DePauli, and Taz Runner. And then Mr. Peril with 5 gifted subs to Farguth, Kevin Rex, Ferenthos,
into my mouth. I've jacked off into my mouth.
There's a good one.
I've jacked off into my mouth.
That's a good
jacked
one.
off into my mouth.
I guess we're gonna have to sit
Yeah,
here and
that's
listen to how much I jack off into my own mouth for the next 5 minutes.
Alpitifor and Mookster, Da Pookster. Those are from Mr. Peril. Tancho with 47 months. Jesus. Really crushed it. Only 64 subs away from the fucking arbitrary goal I put up.
The soundtrack.
All right, let's see. What did you guys say? Bruce Springsteen's entire library. Eye of the Tiger, I suppose. I mean, Born in the USA is a good, but it's not a patriotic song. That's the best part about it, DJ Bahamut. Like, that was the misconstruement of when that first came out. It's like, Born in the USA, but it's like, yeah, it's a USA song. It's really not. It's like, they sent me over to Vietnam to kill people. And it's like, and yeah, same with Fortunate Son. Yeah, exactly. But yeah, Team America. Eye of the Tiger. I mean, Eye of the Tiger is sort of American. Oh my God. It used to be real American to like Hulk Hogan. It used to be before we found out Hulk Hogan was a piece of shit. Or more of a piece of shit than we thought he was, I suppose. Toby Keith, courtesy of the Red, White, Blue. I mean, that is distinctly American, but I don't necessarily like that song. All I remember from that song is like, we put a boot in your ass. I'm like, oh, God, okay. Okay. That was a big old subtrain. What level did we even get to? I don't even know. There we go. Choo-choo. Perfect. Oh, 46. Why is that? Did you get to a round number there, Vincent? 8750. There you go. Yep. Goddamn, dude. All right. 46 more gifted subs. Give me 1 second. Let me catch up here. Where did we leave off? There we go. Okay. Copy that. Get my spreadsheet ready to go. There we go. Okay. Just want to stay ahead of it. Okay, I guess we got more to read. So let's see. Let's put on oh yeah, that is actually a great one. That's actually a good one. So let's play that one. I do like this song. This might be like. Now this is a great fucking patriotic like America song. All right. Give me them titties. Give me them titties. Give me them titties. I want to see your asshole. Give me them titties. Give me them titties. Give me them titties. I want to see your asshole. Anywhere. Vincent get the nap subs. 4 to 6. Raccoons, that's sorry. The freaking Pope. G4 Hex Assassin. B9 old tomato. Sugar Kitty Narba Furcifer. Nerby Norbit has a one. Gus Gurka, Mr. Black Beret. Locked the ring also. Rimsey. Tudora Kiss. I thought it was Turdora Kiss. It's Tudora Kiss. Taokyo. Carefree Tyler. Ow! Maritaro. Zippy R. Thuggle. Dom the Dad Games. Dumancha 7. Helmbird. Budgie Snugglers. Rattlesnail at 207. I can't. I got to jam to this, man. All right, let me get through these. Zolanza, Life's a Circus, Art, or Magic, The Truck Nuts, Mallory Cat, Steel Rat, Weirwood, Juju Bits, or Blitz, Alreath, Carterusum, 73, Mixo 5, Merc, Serene, Whispering Goblin, Bacon Bits, Professional Lurker, Pirate Meow, or Mihai, Max 481, Mr. Hope Man, and Catnip Bumblefarts. Those are from Vincent. Spencer had 10 more on top of that too. Dimitri Roca, Mixel 7, Frostpaw, Broken NPC. That one dude over, Taurus 8900, Tasso Gare 82, Umbra Sensum, Cookie 93, and Watashi Wablank. 10 from Rob Diddy. 10 more from Rob Diddy too. Slaney, One Microbe, god damn it. Babblegran, Osmodeus Boom, White Tiger NL, Moon EO, Justo, S Fappa, Interus, and Loomy Bean. New York City, Kansas City, Atlanta, and LA. Oh! We hit the goal. We hit the goal. Easy peasy. 2,500 sub points. Hit the goal. All right. Shoot-a-lures, thank you for the 45. Spencer giving us up to Dagoth. Goody with the bits. Popsicle with 90 months. We're almost done. Laser Guided Love with 10 giving subs to Poppy 9, Saxament, Forever Alone, Kupo, Van Moogle, Salonius, Coca-Cola, and Potato Chip, Demean, Mr. Grinch, Mr. Tetch, Flatiron Steak, and Mario Coin 9. Those are from Laser Guided Love. And then 73 months for Chipset, and 76 for Laser Guided Love.
Hail! Berserkers!
All right, we hit the goal. See ya. See you tomorrow for Drop Frames. I feel good. Oh, right. There you go. All right, there it is. Hell yeah. Nice. We play games now? Yes, we play games now. We got the goal. We're good to go. Sheesh. That was super fast. I'm super fast. Silly Sod, thank you for the 54 months. I appreciate that. All right, happy 4th to everyone. If you celebrate, America is a fun place to live. It is. It's.
Lay down your weapons. It is not too late.
I used to say I wouldn't want to live anywhere else. Not as much anymore.
Upon the heart. I'm a god. How can you kill a god? What a grand and intoxicating innocence. I'm a god. How can you kill a god? Shame on you, sweet Larabar.
Thank you so much. Pete with the 700 bits. And more. Oh, wait, no, that was Goody with 2,500. And this is Pete with 700. Thank you. Do I celebrate? No. I am of the mind that, what is it, Oscar Wilde said? According to Sean Connery from The Rock, he said that Oscar Wilde said that patriotism is the virtue of the vicious, and I mostly agree with that. I think patriotism is weird, and it's unnecessary. I don't mind it if it's your team. You know, I don't mind, like, having countries if we're, like, going, like, doing the World Cup or something of that nature, or the Olympics or something, and you're going, like, go my team, yay! Friendly, fair competition. And, you know, you talk shit to each other, like, that's all well and good. But to have actual patriotism and, like, it never struck me as something I'm about. But also, like Bill Hicks said, like, am I proud to be an American? Well, my parents fucked here. And they dropped a baby here. And that baby was me, like. I don't really
it's
like,
almost
I didn't have much
July,
to do with it.
And I'm gonna celebrate. We're gonna say our prayers. We're gonna eat our vitamins. We're gonna masturbate daily. Oh, yeah.
And then they tied patriotism into consumerism, and now it can't die because people don't want to admit they're wrong. Ultra sunk cost fallacy nationwide. Yeah. No, I don't mind, like, people waving flags and that kind of stuff. Like, am I happy to be American? Sure. Usually. Am I proud? Not really. Pride has always struck me as something you do, not something you are. You know? 6P Under, thank you for the 500 bits. Who can with tier 2, 134. Lurker, formerly known as, with 43. Shirogane with 27. Chris FCB with 54. Thank you very much. Your parents dropped you as a baby. Makes so much sense now. Yeah. But are you proud to be an Earthling? Yeah, exactly. Are you proud to be from Earth? No. My parents fucked here. I wish they fucked on Risa so I could be a Riconian. What do they say? Is it just a Ricin? A Ricin, you think? Yeah, maybe. All right. Well, we got games. So let's do our game thing. Do you accept recommendations for you to play? Yes, I do. Andre Yuki. In my Discord. I do accept indie game suggestions. There you go. Thank you so much. Right there in the Discord. Right there at the bottom of the chat. Go over to the indie game suggestions tab and plug them in right there. And that's where I get all my indie game suggestions and the suggestions for the day. I added a couple of my own. So we're going to look at these. We're going to start with Bang Bang, Totally Accurate Redneck Simulator. because we have a lot and most of them are going to be not great. It's finding theme games is tough. Finding theme games is tough because you want them to align to the theme, and that means you pigeonhole them, and there's like 2 good ones, and the rest are just varying degrees of garbage. So, we'll see. So, the first game we're going to look at today is Freedom Finger. Okay. Freedom Finger is a music-driven side-scrolling shooter that sends you blasting and punching through 40 levels of batshit crazy action. Starring Nolan North, John DiMaggio, and Sam Rigel. Soundtrack by Aesop Rock, Red Fang, Com Truise, Power Trip, Ty Segall, and many more. This one came out 7 years ago, developed by Wide Right Interactive and Mark Zorn, published by them, and it's $3.99. Let's have a look and a listen. So it's a space shooter.
Hey, somebody get me a cold beer. Hoorah, hoorah, my comrades.
So salty.
You won't get away with this.
I have never heard of this game, and it has like, is it like one of their friends was like, I'm making a video game, and they're like, sure, I'll help. Yeah, look, I mean, I know these names. Some of them, at least. There you go. Freedom Finger. All right, next one. Oh, God. Barbecue Simulator, The Squad. This is, you have a barbecue on 4th of July, so this fits the theme for sure. All right. Dive into a hilarious sandbox barbecue experience with friends. Grill, serve, and I looked to make sure it's single player. It's single player too. Grill, serve, and manage mayhem as meat soar and sizzle. Craft your grill, cook steaks, and feed everyone before hunger strikes. This one came out 4 years ago, developed and published by Cube Sports. You can play the demo or you can get it for $1. Oh wait, run a burger shop? I thought it was barbecue. What the fuck? Well, I guess. I mean, fast food is pretty American. It started here, right? Started here with McDonald's and the drive-ups. All right, Choco Dante, thank you for the 56, and White Buffalo with 13. Get out of the way, I'm running this if then for Murrica, Freedom and Burgers, hell yeah. Goody also giving a sub to Murrica Balls. Thank you, that. And Shin with 104 months. Well, ain't this proper hootenanny, I reckon. Can I get a yeehaw for my fellow freedom lovers, partner? Yeah, there you go. All right, next one is, we do have a baseball game on here today, and it's indoor baseball. Play a fast-paced game of 1v1 baseball where your parents wouldn't let you. Break windows for home runs, smash toys and other household items, and avoid all the destruction while playing an arcade-style baseball game. This one actually came out this year in April. Developed and published by Snow Day Software. It's $12.74. It says single player right here. Is that not right? Because it says single player right there. I guess we'll find out. You can play versus CPU? Okay, there you go. Okay, cool. Well, I don't think we need to watch much more of it. We kind of get the point. Yep, there you go. All right, that's indoor baseball. Next one is a game I played before. There's a few of the games that I've played before. one of which is Metal Wolf Chaos. I've only got an hour and a half in it, but I am totally down to play it again because it's awesome. It's a modernized re-release. Ooh. Sorry. Modernized re-release of From Software's 2004 mech shooter with upgraded visual fidelity, refined controls and gameplay, a new save system, and 4K 16:9 support for modern displays. This one came out 7 years ago as well. Developed by General Arcade and From Software, published by Devolver. Wow.
Established in 19...
Nope, I don't want to do that. There you go. Just go in there. And the reason why this is on the America thing is because you are the president of the United States in a mech, right?
His final hope being the U.S. president himself.
And what's more American than that? A true American classic. Oh, Super Mega Baseball on the list from Game Pass.
What do you stand for, Michael? Be certain of your death here and now. Now, come at me with all your body and soul.
With all your body and soul. Let me see here. So we can take off indoor baseball if Super Mega Baseball appeals to you more. Super Mega Baseball 4. There we go. And it is on Game Pass. Is this better? I honestly don't know. Should we replace indoor baseball with Super Mega Baseball? Yeah, I saw backyard baseball too. Like, I don't know. I don't know. Because indoor baseball looks like not very good, to be honest with you. You want to do backyard baseball instead? Oh, it's not out yet. It's coming out July 9th. Oh, there's Backyard Baseball 01, 97, and 99. Oh, you can get we can play the demo. We can do that. Okay. Backyard baseball demo. How's that? There we go. All right. Perfect. Now it's on there. Okay, and this is it. The arcade style classic is back and it's leveling up with enhanced gameplay, new game modes, and all the humor and charm of the original. This is Backyard Baseball like it always was meant to be played. Wishlist now for opening day on July 9th. Are you ready to play like a kid again? Developed by Mega Cat Studios, published by Playground Productions. Play like a kid. There you go. All right, next one is Evil Knievel, and I think this one came out. Yeah, this one's not. It's pretty new too. Oh, any NASCAR games or hooch game? No, I didn't put any of those in there, Scott. Sorry. I looked for I just looked up USA, I looked up America, I looked up President, I looked up Patriot. Like I tried to find games that might work. And I didn't even think about NASCAR and shit, but that's the thing. Suggest them, dude. That's what I needed. I needed that. Past tense. I need that yesterday. All right. Evil Knievel, ride and jump your way to glory on a motorcycle and a prayer. This one came out last year, so it's only a year old. Developed by Barnstorm Games, published by Happy Home Games. It's $4.99. And it's like Trials, but worse, I think. I'm sure the Knievel family is getting, like, Robbie Knievel still, like, well, I don't know if he still does, but, like, Robbie Knievel was followed in his dad's footsteps and did stunts and stuff. So, like, I'm sure the Knievel name is still making money here and there. Okay, that's Evil Knievel. Next one is Maps USA, and it's just an educational game to make learning the name, location, and capital of the 50 states of the United States of America fun. To make it fun. This one was released 4 years ago, May 30th. Developed and published by Crandall Studios. It's $1.99, and guess what you do? You go find the states and you put the fucking names on them. And it's spoiling it. Look at it, it's spoiling everything. We can't watch any more of that.
Though. I do appreciate your money.
Can't we just watch the Animaniacs episode instead?
Yes, that would be a good idea. All right, the next one is Broforce. You know this game, maybe, probably. Bill Lightman, thank you for 32. Lyra, thank you for the 2 years. It looks like Grindr's increasing popularity. As truly as they say, one man's junk is another man's treasure. Yeah. Thank you for the 2 years. And Kiskaloo, thank you for the bits. Broforce is an action-packed, side-scrolling run-and-gun ode to freedom, putting you in control of an underfunded, overpowered paramilitary organization dealing exclusively in excessive force. This one came out, holy fuck, this one came out 11 years ago. Where does the time go? 11 years ago. Developed by Free Lives, published by Devolver Digital. Z-Bro. Yeah, bro is in every one of their names.
Every day there's another way to stand up and be counted. So let's take the fight for freedom across the land and sea. So every terrorist,
Wow, some of these I don't know. Oh, Buffy. Okay.
in one last battle,
Hellbro.
one final fight.
Oh, no, that's a bad guy. Okay.
Freedom never dies, today and tomorrow, until the end of time. We'll fight till the battle is
Rambro, of course.
until the war's been won.
All right. Seth Brondle? I don't know who that is. Or Seth Brondle? Oh, like Brundlefly, like the fly. Oh my God. Okay. And Bert Bromer? I don't know this one either. Who's Bert Bromer? This one does not ring a bell at all. Oh, from Tremors. Oh my God. Fucking Tremors? Really? Oh my God, the guy from Family Ties? Get out of here. That's a deep cut, bro. No, I love it. I love Tremors. I just never thought that, like, I didn't think of him as a bro or an action star. Wow, they dug deep for some of these, dude. Absolutely. All right, that is Broforce. Next one is Fireworks Simulator. Fireworks fascination. All eyes are on the sky like music. The music starts. The first spectacular effects explode high in the air. Open mouths, loud oohs and ahs from the crowd. Anyone who's ever witnessed live fireworks knows just how spellbinding and well put together display can be. Attention, all fireworks fans. This one came out 12 years ago. Developed by Reality Twist and published by Randomania. And yeah, it's $1.99. And it has mixed reviews. Mixed reviews. Oh yeah, we can do the capitalism game, the one where you pay $1,000 and sign your name. Yeah, you know what? Fireworks are a Chinese invention. Maybe we just Take Fireworks Simulator off. All right. And it's a German company too, so like, what the fuck? All right, Alaska Gold Fever. Okay, there we go. This is a new one. This one came out this year. Step into the role of a gold prospector during the Alaskan gold rush and build your own empire from scratch. Mine resources, refine different forms of gold, and upgrade your tools to increase efficiency. Explore diverse mines, survive the harsh climate, and complete engaging story and side quests. This one came out April of this year, developed by Baked Games, published by them, and it is $11.55. Actually, it's $13.59. And Crime Simulator. Oh, I have Crime Simulator. So it's $11.55 for me. Oh, I should have put Crime Simulator on there. You know what? Maybe we will. Maybe we'll take off Fireworks Simulator and put on Crime Simulator, because that's very American. Crime is very American. Let's do it. There. Perfect. I replaced it. Let's watch the trailer for this first. Yep, you mine for gold, you sell your gold, you build your house, you run the Iditarod, perhaps? Gunsmith Simulator to the list. Now you're here. Now you're here to give me fucking suggestions. When I was asking all week, no one gave me shit except for a couple of you. Sorry, a couple of you did. Sorry, my bad. A couple of you actually did. So, I apologize. All right, this is Crime Simulator. You're out of jail, but the debt isn't gone. Oh, debt. That's very American, too. Sneak, steal, and break into houses, solo or in 4-player co-op. Use lockpicks, sleeping gas, and brute force to complete jobs, outsmart security, and make enough money before time runs out. Will you pay back what you owe or lose everything? This one came out last year, developed by Cookie Dev, published by Ultimate Games and Playway. It is $8.99, but I already own it, so guess what you do. You steal stuff and you bring it back to your truck. It's not the smart people's fault for being busy, leaving the dummies to suggest games. Don't you call my game suggestors dummies, Scott. Don't you do that. You can call me a dummy and fat and ugly and stupid all you want, but you do not call game suggestors anything. They do most of my job for me. All right, that's Crime Simulator. Next one is, the last one. Last one we're gonna look at is Motorhome. Motorhome. See, this is where we're digging to the very bottom of the list here. Motorhome, Traveling America Collector's Edition. Embark on an unforgettable road trip, explore stunning national parks, ski resorts, and canyons while playing engaging mini games and uncovering hidden objects. Collect souvenirs and enjoy breathtaking locations. This one came out June 16th of last year, developed and published by Obby Games. It's $2.69, and I got it because it has real fucking people in it. I don't want a sim game though. That's the thing, Hobby. I don't like sim games. I didn't want Fireworks Sim in the first place. And I don't want American Truck Simulator. I don't want if there's a game where you just drive monster trucks, I'll do that. What do you mean this looks horrible? This looks fucking great. Are you kidding me? Are you kidding? This looks amazing. We can all play this together. You can tell me where the chicken is or the corn or the carrot. Come on. Come on, guys. Did you check Master Healer Kale? Is that America themed? Let me see. It is not America themed. It's not with the shit for today. Monster Truck Championship. A true monster truck simulation, though.
I'm ready to play now. Put me in the game now. I came here to prove it. I'm ready to do it. I can't be
Okay, so you don't have to like build the trucks then. You can just race them.
I feel like an animal stuck in a cage and I'm ready to break out. It's time that we stand up. It's time that we man up. For anyone asking who is the best, we putting our hands up. My time, my time. None of you people can tell me to stop.
I can do this.
Like the last time. You better get ready to race in the time to do this.
I can do that. Okay. No. No. Oh, thank Christ. Okay. Oh my God. Okay. We're good. And let's see. True monster truck simulation, unique, challenging motor racing experience where online and local victory depends solely on your driving skills. 16 customizable trucks, 25 arenas, 3 leagues to win. This one came out 6 years ago, published or developed by Taeon, published by Nacon. It is what, $3.99? Oh my God, it was $40. Now it's $3.99. I love it. Okay, we'll put that on the poll. There you go. Boom. All right, that's it. We're done now. I'm good. Scott, no. No bootleggers. All right, Monster Truck Championship. That's it. We're done. Because you go vote now. You go vote now. Because we're gonna play the first game of the day, which is Bang Bang, totally accurate redneck simulator. No, I tried to avoid anything MAGA, anything president. Like, I played a game called Mr. President where you like jump in front of a bullet in front of Trump. I don't want anything dealing with our president at all. I just don't want to see his face. I don't want to play a game with him in it. Nada. Zero. America, okay. President, not so much. Okay. Fuck.
Oh, yeah.
Oh, I didn't want to continue. God damn it. There we go. There we go. God, fuck you! Dead sumbitch. Motherfucker.
Yeah.
Okay. No. God damn it, motherfucker. There. There you go. Okay, now I need to... No, stop it. There, yep, there you go. There you go. No. Come on, come on. I got it. Oh, you fucking, there you go. God damn it, motherfucker. Man, getting that middle one is harder than you think. Come on, there you go. Ah, you fuck. There. Do it. Do it. Come on, come on, come on. Yeah, every time he hits himself in the clothes, he lives, but he poops. I don't know why. Zeke, if we get to 3,500, will you eat a full Costco apple pie? No, I hate apple pie. I'll eat a full Costco pumpkin pie. Oh shit. Oh, fuck. Oh. Come on, dude. There you go. Yep. No. Yep. Yep. Don't shoot yourself in the leg. Oh, you stupid redneck prick. No. His gun, my right hand gun is caught on my leg. Also, why is he shooting Lugers? Like he's shooting, like this redneck has a German gun. Oh, motherfucker, it's covered up by the... Fucking shame you haven't used whatever power you have in entertainment to get a sequel to this game. I know, I want one. Yep, cut that down. Ugh. Okay, over here. No. There you go. Knock it off. Knock it off. Okay, we can do this. Yes. Yes, let's go. Oh shit, I could probably do. Yeah, I could probably do this. One second. Wow, there's a lot of games with bang bang in it. There it is. Okay. Okay. It's not doing the one thing it's supposed to do. I just want to die, and I can't die. There, finally, okay. Okay. There, see, that's what it's supposed to do. Okay, there we go. Got it. 4th of July, the only time of the year, say the day and month in the correct order. Oh, the 4th of July. Easy. Don't cover it up. Oh my God, it's so buried. Oh, fuck off. Are your dogs fireworks? We always had to play loud music distracting because they don't like it. It shouldn't be too bad in the neighborhood we're in now. It was bad in Colorado. Like, Lil doesn't like it at all. Trick is okay with it. He's too dumb to understand what's going on. But Lil does not like it. Okay. There you go. There you go. Come on, dude. Give me one. Fucking son of a bitch. Just give me a chance, man! There. Oh! There you go. Yep, get those guys out of there. There's one. There's two. Let's go! Let's go! No, no. Oh, fly saved my ass. Fucking bitches. Trying desperately to figure out which of your VODs you played Iron Nest. Got any insight? I do not. It was one of the later ones. I would say it was... How many? I played for 9 days. Probably like the 7th, 8th, or 9th stream of demo stream. Was in the last half. I know that. But other than that, I'm sorry. And it won't show up on AskPlay because I didn't type every one of them in. Or any of them in. Unless someone clips something from it. Fucker! No, not continue. God damn it. There you go. Perfect shot. This sounds like the music from the fucking Mario Penguin Race. Okay. Come on! Come on! There you go! Motherfucker! No. No! Let's go! Fucking Eagle-Eye Johnson, let's go! Oh, you found it. There you go. Thank you, Captain Team Poe. There it is. Y-Ray, thank you for 68 months. Frick Loki with 32. R34 Drifter, thank you for the 52 months. Cat's Eye Valis with 57. Charon with 5 gifted subs to Readout, High Cree, No Revilo, Tom Devastate, Upside Down Fool. Those are from Charon. Meeby Harry with 149 months. Thank you so much, everybody.
And hail Brazil.
Yeah, AI is getting, always listening, and it's getting more and more quote unquote human sounding. Oh, come on. Oh, that's a lot of poop. That is a lot of poop. AI could never do this. I don't believe it.
AI could never do this.
Oh, there you go. God, that one underneath is never going to get hit. it's just getting more and more buried. One bologist, 64 months, dropping my sub up, being readmitted to the hospital for my little one. This parenting gig is tough. Appreciate the distraction. You bet, one bologist. I'm sorry to hear that. And I'm glad we can distract you a little bit. If Bustin is still there, no, Bustin's been gone for a while. Anything cum related? Man, I don't have anything cum related. I mean, the closest thing I have is this.
I'd twist your nutsack off if I could find the little bugger.
I twist your nutsack off if I could find the little bugger. Wow, that's loud. There we go. Okay. Now, reveal yourself. Oh my fucking God. Gotta replenish the supply? Yeah. I'll give you another one for free. I'll just give you a rando for free there, Spencer.
Oh, I am an idiot.
There you go.
I'm literally an idiot.
It's a good one, too. There we go. Okay. Let's fucking go! Wow. 2 for 2, baby. Oh. Oh, son of a bitch. God damn it. No, no. Oh. No! Oh my God, come on. You fucking piece of shit! God damn it! There we go. Let's fucking go! Let's fucking go! Yeah, let's fucking go! Oh, sorry. Yeah, I'm in the way of the. I was in the way of the bottles. I apologize. I don't know what to do. There. Damn it! There you go. That should hit one of them. There you go. There you go. That's one more.
Yeah.
Oh. Yes, there you go. You motherfucker, let's go. He's not in the same spot every time, Saku. That's the problem. I'll just be real tiny. I'll try and make myself super tiny. Oh, they're all fucking covered. Oh shit. Oh, I uncovered him. No! God damn it! That's not fair. There we go. That work? There. Now you can see what's happening behind me. And I don't have to be tiny. There. In memoriam of Zeke. Wait, didn't I win that? No, I didn't. Oh, that was okay. Never mind. Here we go. You ready?
Sean! Sean, where are you? Sean! 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 Sean!
I'm right here. Oh, give me a break. There you go.
Yeah.
Give me a break. Okay. Now one in the bullseye. Not my eye. Not my eye. The bullseye. No! Come on. We got this. We can get over there. Get in there. Let's go. Let's go. Yeah. 1 second. you get out of there? Oh, yeah, bitch. Damn it. Oh, no. There you go. Oh, you brick. There you go. Get it. Oh, no. Oh, no. Let's go. That's some pro level shit right there. All right. It's getting a little 4th of July in here. So. Sorry, had to turn on the aircon a little bit. Okay. Yeah, and the vote is up, so don't forget to vote on the game you want to see next. I don't know how many. Whoa, whoopsies. Son of a bitch. Motherfucker, get down there! Why aren't you wearing one of the 67 cowboy hats you got when you entered Texas? I'm not a hat person. God damn it, dude. Fuck you, man. Oh, there's no fucking way now. Look at this. Look at this thing. It's perfectly over the top. Get over there. Get the blue bottle. Okay. It's okay. Gotta make this shot accurate. Zeke, are you a fan of those light gun displays like at Bass Pro Shop where you shoot at shit, triggering other shit? Those are the best. I do. I like those a lot. Yeah. When they're working, they're great. That is not what I wanted to do. Oh, I got banned for the, or I got suspended, my account suspended during playing this game. Yeah. So I played this game the same day I played Hot Dog Man. Or was this the game I was playing when I announced that I was gonna get a 3-day vacation? You motherfucker. And now look at, okay, it's gone now. That's nice. Get over there. Get in there. You fucking, god damn it. That was perfect. Let's go. Oh, I haven't unlocked them? What? What? I haven't unlocked these guys? And also, like, I don't know how to get... Oh, that's right. Don't hit the TV. There we go. Okay, let's see how many levels we have. Okay, there are 40 levels, so we're not going to do all 40, but let's see if we can get to 20 and then we'll switch games. No, I turn into a ghost because it's, I cover some of the stuff behind me. Like there's a bottle right here and I don't want to cover it up. There. Maybe not so opaque. There we go. Fuck you! Man, not shooting this TV is gonna be a real bitch. Dude, get the fuck out of my way! There we go.
Yeah.
Murrica! Oh my god, if I fuck this up now, that was such a shot. Let's go! Well. This one's gonna be a real bitch. Fucking damn it, dude. This one is impossible. Oh, come on. So I've got to hit the fire hydrant. There you go. Oh my God, yes. Okay. Don't you do it. Oh, motherfucker! Or not fire hydrant, fire extinguisher, excuse me. Fucking God damn it. All right, maybe we won't go till 20 levels, but we'll go for the next 17 minutes and then we'll switch to whatever you guys are voting for. I'm sure it's going to be great, whatever it is. Thank you, Goody, for gifting a sub to Cowboy Hat now, please. Yarzin with 99 motherfucking months. Frame Loss with 90 big ones. Might not be able to afford World Cup tickets, but at least I can pay a man to talk about cum boogers and poopy wedges. Poopy wedgies. Yes, Frame Loss, you can. Davey Jack, thank you for 52. And Sold Wig with 68. And then Goody with the 1900 bits before that. Thank you so much. DW with 14. Thanks, guys. There you go. Oh, God damn it. Thank you, Geltz, with the headshot. Oh, my. Give me a friendly bounce. It's never gonna do it, is it? Oh. Come on, man. Come on. Just one friendly bounce. Shit. PlayStation shutting down PS3 and PS Vita store in summer 2027, so you have until then to buy Breath of Fire 3 on your PS TV system to be safe and save money and stress when you will play it soon. Yes. Sorry. That fucking fire extinguisher is so hard to hit. It is so hard to hit.
Oh, yeah.
The sub alerts are muted. There was too many of them, and the horn would have been going off like for 300 times. So I alerted the sub or muted the subs, but the bits and stuff. Dr. Claw, thank you for giving out 5 subs to Vincent the 5th, the 4th, the 3rd, the 2nd, and the 1st. Thank you for that. Dr. Claw and the Ghost of Christmas Ass. And Wabajack giving a sub to July. Dark Claw giving another sub to Mute Alerts. Fuck me. Fuck me. Thank you, Knee-Rock. Happy 4th to you. Hitting every one of those glasses. Great. And I'm dead. Well, that was nice. Oh my god! This level is so fucking stupidly hard! Motherfucker! since you were playing 4th theme games, how about a 4th theme song? 4th of July by Soundgarden is one of my favorite ever. Oh, that's a good song. I do like that song. Heard it in the wind, saw it in the sky, and thought it was the end. Thought it was the 4th of July. Come on. Fuck you, man. Give me a little protection or something. I fucking son of a bitch. I shot myself twice. The different heroes have different guns, yeah. But for some reason, I don't know why they're not unlocked on this, on my Steam, but they must not have cloud saving. Which, you know, for a game like this is not surprising. Did it again. Shot myself twice in the face again. God, I hate that fucking fly. This is fucking terrible, man. This level fucking blows. It's unnecessarily difficult. All right, 5 minutes to beat this level. Damn it! Fuck it, I'm continuing. Oh, that was a bad continue. Fuck it. Fuck this. I'm going back to being alive. There. God damn it. That fucking level pisses me off. All right, let's see what you guys voted for the next Murrica game. And that shall be, let's see, Barbecue Simulator, the squad. Wow, Barbecue Simulator, really? Okay. All right. That is not what I expected at all, but thank you very much. All right, let's go. Barbecue Simulator. And now we will reset the poll. There you go. Go vote again. Let's see. BBQ Simulator. There it is. $1. All right, who wants a dog? Who wants a burger? Who wants a portobello mushroom? That was a test. Get the fuck out of here. Okay. BBQ Simulator, the squad. All right, let's see. Stryer giving a sub to Macho Man Randy Average. Macho Man gets his. Hold on. What's an average thing that Macho Man can do? Macho Man Randy Average. He has a schedule for mowing his lawn. He mows it the second Wednesday of the month. Ooh, yeah. The second Wednesday. The cream of the crop. Always with the chop. Thank you so much, Wax, for giving a sub to the Patriot Act. Okay. He always buys his grocery on Sunday because they are reasonably priced. Barbecue Simulator is a dive into a hilarious sandbox barbecue experience with friends. Grill, serve, and manage mayhem as meat soar and sizzle. Craft your grill, cook steaks, and feed everyone before hunger strikes. This one came out 4 years ago in May, developed and published by Cube Sports. It's a buck. Let's do it. Single player. Oh, wait, back. Character select. There we go. Sure. Hat. Why not? There you go. Perfect. All right, there we go. Yes. Wait. Oh, okay, there we go. Single player. New game. You know what? You're right. There we go. That's what we want. Oops. Cop with no pants. All right. Barbecue. Start game already. Yes, already. Race against your friends, cook the meat, impress the anime girl, kawaii. Oh my god. All right, interact is E, throw knife is Q, drop is G, urine is P, of course. Make the serve first. Fire up the barbecue, pour the necessary items, charcoal, and then fire up the barbecue with a blowtorch. Oh, I need coal and kindling. Okay. Shit. Ah, there we go. Super kindling. Nope. Ah, there we go. Okay. Alright. Oh. Oh, do I need to keep firing it? Oh, apparently I do. Okay. Oh, do I just have to wait? Not enough source. Okay, firepower 104%. Okay. And now we... Plate not ready. Okay. I have to get her a... There we go. All right. Burger bread used. Well... Oh, do I probably leave the plate in here? Tomato, white champagne, ribs cooked, burger bread, fork, fries, meat, salt. Okay. Oh my god, the fucking plate went through the goddamn counter! Salt, thyme, red pepper. Before start cooking the meats, you have to prepare them with the required items just like salt, pepper, thyme, etc. Okay. I'm just pissing everywhere, and I didn't even make it to the toilet. Yep, I didn't realize I had a meter. Good. Okay. Okay. Mayonnaise, ketchup, sunflower oil, mustard. Wait, I put it on before. Hold on. Do I? Not enough source? What is happening? There. Is it fucking... Is it heating up? Like, this is basic shit, man. Tell me the progress of this fucking meat. Information, not enough source. Oh, that's cheddar sauce. There's mustard. You're getting hungry. When you get hungry, you should eat. For this, you can cook meat or find food from the surrounding area. Oh my God, I want it. Your vital functions in danger. You have to eat to fulfill your health. Okay, I'll just eat snacks, I guess. Kindling and coal are at 88%. Urine increasing. Oh, so it has to be at 100%? Eat shit. There it is. Now it's starting to go, and the percent is on the other side. The percent symbol is on the wrong side. Mortar, thank you for the 96 months, and Pell Bulldog with the 25. I appreciate that. Thank you, guys. Yes, I flipped the meat. Well, it's weird you put all that shit on before you put it on the grill. Like salt, pepper, you know, spices, sure. But But like mayonnaise and mustard and shit, you put that on before you put it on the grill? Bullshit. Oh, I gotta prepare this too? Of course. Curry, green hot sauce, mint, salt, barbecue sauce, mustard, white champagne, and pepper. Oh, there, my plate left. Okay, hold on. Can I just give her this burger? So I can just throw it at her. Okay. Cool. She needs 2 burgers, 2 buns. She needs 2 of everything. That's great. Plate not ready. Fork, tomato, white champagne, salt. Okay, I can do those. She took everything. She took the burger bread and the meat, the cooked meat. Why won't she take this? Why would I have to cook anything? She took everything else raw. Man, the devs thought that was so funny, dude. Okay, so there are plates. I don't see any forks anywhere. Or glasses. She needs a fork. Oh, next to the snack there's a fork? Okay, I didn't see it. Okay. Oh, there we go. The fork. Excuse me, there's the fork. Okay. See, she took the fork just fine. Where do I get a tomato? Do you see it? Oh, there's tomato in the garden. Right. Hold on. What else does she want? Another cooked burger. Yeah. Oh, I gotta season this right. Curry. Green hot sauce. Mint. Nope. Okay. Oh, mint. There it is. Oh, fuck me. Okay. Oh, we got the mint. Oh, we need the salt. Salt is white. There we go. All right, salt. Done. Barbecue sauce, mustard, white champagne, and pepper. Nope. A lot of champagne. Barbecue sauce and mustard. Okay. Mustard is orange, apparently. Nope. There we go. Okay. Ready to be cooked. See, now it works fine. Oh my god, I'm pissing on it. I'm pissing all over it. I'm just pissing all over that. Oh my god. I'm just pissing on the burger. There we go. Mayonnaise, ketchup, and sunflower oil. No, wait. Wrong one. All right. Overcooked. You can have it overcooked. There you go. So you can overcook it. Apparently. So I gotta do the fucking ribs again because I didn't know you could overcook it. I mean, obviously you should be able to. I didn't think they would think of that though. All right, so the burger's done. I just need bread, fries, salt and tomato. I can do salt and tomato, but it's all moot. It's all a moot point if I can't give her the fucking white champagne. Okay. Bread and salt. Ah. That's what I need to pour the salt on the table. The same with the white champagne. Wait, what is this? That's red champagne. Red champagne? The fuck is red champagne? Okay. And now I need more burger bread, cooked fries, and cooked ribs. Okay. As soon as this anime girl is happy, we're done with this fucking game. Because this game is fucking terrible. Alright. We're gonna have to cook some more ribs. Alright, I need to lie down. Is that... Okay, that didn't help, I guess. And why is my urine is poison? My urine is apparently poison. You are getting tired. And what... Camp chair? This is not a fucking camp chair. What the fuck? Oh, I only have 20 minutes left to do this. Okay. Barbecue sauce, mustard. Make the serve first. Whatever, dude. There, now I can see it. Ah, sleeping bag. That definitely looks like a sleeping bag. Fuck's sake, dude, a sleeping bag. Sure. Keep going, more. No. Oh, white champagne, right? That was another thing. Okay. Needs a lot of that for some reason. Okay. And you do all of this before you even put it on the grill. All the flies around it are doing some work too. Now I need to figure out how to cook fries. All right, now fries. Okay, there we go. Okay, salt, pepper, thyme, mint. And now we need ketchup and mayo. Okay. Yep, cooking my fries on the grill, guys. And we got to do this twice. And then we can forget this game forever. Can you pick up the dog? Let me pet the dog. No. No, I can't do anything with the dog. Salt. Pepper. Mint, I guess. And what was the other one? Thyme. Okay. And now mayonnaise and ketchup. Oops. And we're almost done. She likes it. Okay. A winner is me. I did it. Winner, me. Plate ready. And that's what do I do? Oh, game over. It's just game over. Fucking hell, dude. All right. I can see how that could be fun with friends, but holy shit, what a fucking what a game. That is one of the games of all time, man. Ugh. All right. Okay. All right. Bukake Seeker, thank you for the 106 months. QC Portal Geek with 62. Flame Fan with 35. Aldrich Smith, 49. I think we're caught up there. Yes, we are indeed. Okay, cool. Thank you guys. All right. What'd you guys vote for next? Looks like it's gonna be fucking Maps USA. Are you kidding? Maps USA. Let's go. You fucking weirdos. You fucking weirdos. All right. Let's do it. All right. Where was this music in the game? There was zero music in the game. I hope this one at least has music. I doubt it does. None of these have music, do they? Okay. 60.8 megabyte. Not even 100 megs on this game. Monopolize. Thank you for the 110 months. All right. Let's see. Maps. US. There we go. 0 followers. That's 0 followers on Twitch. It's so good. All right. We reset the poll, so go vote because this game is not probably gonna last long. It's probably gonna last about how long I know the states. There's some community content there. So take the photographs and still frames in your mind, hanging on a shelf in good health and good time. Amidst memories and days in a child. That's funny. Start. Click here to start. Oh, sorry, you can't see it. Click here to start. Find Washington. Dude, it even gives you. It gives you the shape. It gives you the shape of the state. In case you weren't stupid enough. Find Massachusetts. Okay. Find Nevada. Okay. Find Iowa. Okay. I'm going to try not to look at the states here. Let's see. Where's Iowa? Right there. Okay. Arkansas. Arkansas, I know that one. Maryland. No, Maryland is... Oh, down here by Washington, D.C. Yeah. Minnesota, I know that one. Delaware. That's the tough one. Yeah, okay. Oregon. Kansas. Kentucky. Oops, that's Virginia. Whoops, whoops, whoops. Oh, no, no. No, that's Kentucky. Fuck. Whoops, that's Kentucky. Do I... Oh, you have three misses. I was like, why is that? Why was I allowed to continue? You have 3 misses. Okay. Find New Jersey. Find New York. Find Alaska. Find Maine. Find Vermont. Find Oklahoma. California. Florida. Oh, wait.
Wyoming. Wyoming.
Oh, she says it real sexy.
Wyoming.
Wyoming.
Utah.
Utah.
Hawaii.
Hawaii.
Indiana.
Indiana.
South Carolina. New Mexico.
Okay. Oh, Missouri's a tough one. Because that's Louisiana, Alabama, Mississippi, and Missouri? No. Oh, Missouri's above. That's right. Georgia. Fuck. Missouri's above. That's right. Yep. I don't go to these states. Like, none of these states in this, like, from Virginia to Kentucky, Missouri, Arkansas, like, I don't go to any of these. I try not to visit any of those. Connecticut. Find Texas. West Virginia, Illinois, Michigan, Rhode Island, Idaho, Louisiana, Alabama, Mississippi, New Hampshire, Ohio, Arizona. Oh, there we go. Visual hint off. Okay. There we go. Okay, now we turn the visual hint off. Okay. So now we find West Virginia, which is the thumb. And then Montana. And then Missouri. And then the Mass, Rhode Island, Alabama, there we go, Virginia, yep, California, New Mexico, Hawaii. Oh, USA-based GeoGuessr? Oh, that might be fun. Oh, wait. Yeah, can we do... There we go. Oh my God. Yeah, there we go. By capitals only? Montpelier? Montpelier is... Skip that one. St. Paul, that's Minnesota. Little Rock is Arkansas. Madison is Wisconsin. Pierre is... Pierre, Maine? Skip it. Olympia is Washington. Raleigh is North Carolina. Frankfurt? Frankfurt's the capital of a state? Fuck. Frankfurt, Delaware? I'm gonna skip that one for now. Nashville, I know that one, that's Tennessee. Salem is Salem is Oregon. Harrisburg, Pennsylvania. Trenton, New Jersey. Austin's the capital of Texas? I didn't fucking know that, and I live there. Shit. Okay. Denver, Colorado. Phoenix, Arizona. Concord. Concord, Rhode Island? Hold on, I'm gonna skip that one. Lincoln, Nebraska, I know that one. Oh, that's Kansas, whoops. Bismarck is North Dakota. Cheyenne is Wyoming. Indianapolis is Indiana. Okay. Dover, oh, fucking Dover. Skip it. Jackson, Mississippi. Tallahassee, Florida. Oklahoma City, Oklahoma. Baton Rouge, Louisiana. Columbia, Missouri. No. Columbia, Ohio. No, that's Columbus, Ohio. Oh, like the District of Columbia. Oh, no. Columbia, skip it. Salt Lake City is Utah. Springfield. Springfield, Massachusetts? No, not Massachusetts. Springfield. South Dakota, Springfield, Iowa, Springfield, Illinois, Springfield, Ohio. Okay, skip. Albany that's New York. Lansing is Michigan. Columbus is Ohio. Boise is Idaho. Hartford is Connecticut. Atlanta is Georgia. Des Moines is Iowa. Carson City is Nevada. Juneau is Alaska. Augusta's, oh, not Augusta, Georgia? Augusta. Oh, I would have sworn it was Georgia. Okay, what else we got? Oh, Montpelier still. Montpelier, Vermont. Yeah, and Pierre. South Dakota. Hey! Frankfurt. Skipping that one again. Concord. Kentucky, Illinois. I'm waiting for one to make sense. Dover is New Hampshire, right? Or Maine. Or Delaware. Skipping again. Fucking Columbia again. Columbia, Illinois. God damn it! Columbia, Kentucky. No, South Carolina. There we go. Okay, Columbia, South Carolina. Augusta, Kentucky. Nope. Nope. Fucked it all up. Oh well. Oh, you can play the Canadian national anthem. Hey, if you hear that, Canadians, you have to stand up and like put your hand over your heart or anything. How about Mexico? I think that might be the only, like, the third time in my life that I've heard the Mexican national anthem. Weird. Held an house builder giving a sub to Alabama family relationship. Hell yeah, brother. Okay. Yep. No, I didn't know all my states, but I. They legally have to take a syrup shot. Okay. Hold on one second. Let me, I'm going to close this game out if I can. There we go. We'll quit. And I'm going to go and open this. All right, we're going to take a brief interlude here. There we go. No, not country. No. Hold on. That's not what I wanted. Okay, so I don't. Okay, there we go. All right, a brief interlude to play GeoGuessr, but I just want to do the United States. Single player? Nope. I don't want to do World Guesser. How do I set it to just? Oh. Oh, there we go. Okay. Okay. That'll do it. You have been challenged. United States, 30 seconds per round. Panning allowed. Okay. Zeke. Play as guest. Okay. How do I move? Well, I can pan around, but I can't move my feet. Oh, it's no move. Okay. Oh, oh, and I gotta get, oh, wow, you gotta guess fast. Shit. I got timed out. Okay. Nope. No. Get in the United States and put it in like fucking Atlanta or somewhere. I don't know. Oh, it's Minneapolis. Okay. Okay, okay, hold on. Oh, put it in the chat, Scott. And then you said upper right maps. Oh, there we go. Okay, there we go. Okay. Now I don't have to be challenged. And I can move. Wow. This actually looks like Montana. I'm in the middle of fucking nowhere, dude. How far can I go? Yeah, Montana, Wyoming, like, this looks like shit I've driven through a million times. It's not Wyoming because there's mountains or hills. No, go. I can't go up this road. I can't go up that road. Okay. Yeah, Wyoming has hills, sure. Sure it does. Oh. Dude, fuck. Oh. Turn around. I'm really not good at this. Okay, there we go. No, I need to look at your license plate. Jesus Christ. Ah, stop! What is going on? Stop moving! No, I know the plates are blurred. But if I can see like a picture on it, or like get an idea of what the picture is. There we go. Yellow and green? All right, time to guess. I'm gonna guess Wyoming. Oh, it's Utah. Okay. I was only 374 miles away. Oh, United Methodist Church. So we're in the United States. I know that. It's 45 miles per hour. Looks like they're growing. Looks like. Is that corn? Out of season corn? Oh. It says, damn it. Magnolia Fields. That's going to be northeastern Kansas. Nope, it's Virginia. Oh, you got it, Striker. Good job. All right, it's in America. We see American flags. We're on Sheffield Road. It's foggy. Okay, we can't go down that way. Yeah, this is in the middle of fucking, I don't know. Dude, I have no fucking idea. All right, let's say, let's go West Virginia. No, Matt, that's Mountain Mama. I'm going to go South Carolina. I was so close, man. It's Ohio. Or Pennsylvania. No, it's Ohio. I was so close, though. So close. Oh, now this has mountain. Now this is Colorado. I'm just going to guess Colorado right now. Oh, it's California. All right. Judging by the vegetation, cornfield, I'm going to say Nebraska, no problem. Easy Nebraska. Boom! Oh, it was Minnesota. How do we do? Out of a possible 25,000 points, we got 5,964. Oh, man, we are bad at guessing. Or I am. Okay, let's see what you guys voted for next. That was a fun little interlude. All right, what's on top? Yes, they're fucking hilarious. Motorhome Traveling North America 3 Collector's Edition. Let's go, baby. I'm so glad you guys are all about the educational games. All right, it's called, wait, I already forgot it. Motorhome. There it is. Yep. Collector's Edition, Traveling America. Let's see if there's a, there should be a category for this. How many Steam wow, 1 gig? How many Steam reviews does it have? Oh, 3? Only 3? All right. Okay, let's see. Motor Home. Traveling North America Collector's Edition. They actually have a category for it. This is the first game. The third game was on the list. Does it really matter? Does it really matter? I mean, really? Let's be honest here. Embark on an unforgettable road trip, explore stunning national parks, ski resorts, and canyons while playing engaging mini games and uncovering hidden objects, collect souvenirs, and enjoy breathtaking locations. Okay. Fine. I'll pay $8 for this. I'm gonna have 2 of these in my library, man. 2. This one has 1 review, but it came out this year, April 9th of this year, so that's good. All right, so now I need to reset this. Wait a minute. There's a 4. Oh, it must not be out yet. Oops. There. That's the one we're doing. Did that just laugh at me? There we go. Okay. I'm not looking for another one. This is 3. Okay. 10 achievements. Think we can get all 10? I know I'll try. Are you going to give me a try? Your best effort? I will play. Wait, hold on. Stop. Stop it. Stop it. There we go. Child endangerment content? Is that a content warning for child endangerment? Oh, bonus levels. Okay. Oh, collector's edition. Oh, I thought it was child endangerment. All right, all right. So we're looking for a kennel. 3 bottles. There's one. A suitcase, a ladder, an apple tree. A fuel can. Oh, they just keep giving you more and more shit to find, huh? Suitcase. Oh my God, look at that. It's an armadillo? No, it's not a hedgehog. It's a fucking hedgehog. That deer looks fucking weird, man. Suitcase. There's a key. Bottle. Okay. A gym bag. Oh, butterfly net. There we go. Some garden shears. A radio tower? No. There's a fishing pole. No. There's a guitar. Okay. Oh, gym bag. There we go. Can of paint. Tire track with a TY? I thought this was America. I thought this was America. This is not America. I thought it was America. No, it's a step ladder. It's not really a ladder. All right. Drake is Dark. Thank you for the 5 gifted subs to Barfatron, Karma the Goat, Mellow Canuck, Nano Dragon 9806, and Jane in the Box.
Hail Brazil.
Thanks, guys. We fooled you. Enjoy your Commonwealth game. Okay. We need a kennel and there's a watering can. Oh, the kennel was behind the watering can, apparently, and I clicked on it, so we got it. Where's the fucking fuel can? Like a jerry can. And a radio tower. Oh, that's water, though. Blue is for water, red is for gas. Oh, radio tower on the side. There we go. We got it. Oh, we did. Okay, it just took a second. Okay. Oh. So you can get a raccoon and a Polaroid? Oh, kennel, you mean a fucking doghouse? That's not a kennel, that's a fucking doghouse, you idiots. Now the dog is off the leash. Wrench. I'm just down to wrench. And a wrench and a Polaroid. Oh, I actually need a Polaroid first. Polaroid? Oh, you take a picture. Okay. So there's, I guess there's like extra hidden objects. Wrench. Anybody seen a wrench? Oh, it's on the sign. Oh, that's a bay. Pretty sneaky, sis. Fucking image search 0 out of 1? What am I not getting? Oh, you got, okay. So if I do, whoops, shit. It's great to have a motorhome. We can go anywhere while still staying home. Woof, woof, let's go on an adventure. Okay, find the object according to its silhouette. Okay. Oh, so there's the Polaroid, and now we have to find the Polaroid. I don't know how to get the Polaroid. Where is the raccoon? Because he's an extra item to find every time. Oh, there he is, right there. Ranger Rick. There he is. I got him. I found him. A bunch of apples, huh? And a stapler. My stapler. My stapler! There's the stapler. Okay. We got a cog and a bunch of apples. Oh, there they are. There's the apples. And now the cog. Oh, there it is. It's above. It's above. Let's go 3-star man! Oh, we gotta assemble the image. Holy shit! She is excited to be there, man. Nope. Oh, there we go. Harry Dean Stanton as the dad. Oh no! Oh shit. Is this the furthest one? Nope. There we go. Now we're getting it. Now we're getting mom in place. And now we need, there we go. We need doggy. And now we need this. And then that. That. Let me put dad in his place. There we go. Okay, there, okay. It takes a minute for it to let you know. I got an achievement, polymath. I got an achievement, polyamory. Yo, Patty, thank you for the 57 and Ray Del Bono with 103. You can see the entire Milo McIver Park from this observation deck. Deer, stand to the left, you'll get a great photo. Be sure to capture the Clackamas River in the frame. It's the main attraction of the park. Some hidden objects can be found by clicking the stars. Tap them to find all the hidden objects. Elements marked blue on the list are tasks you need to complete. Place the cursor on the task to get a hint. Oh, there we go. Okay. Ray Delbano with 5 more gifties to Gyroscope PLC, Jafframel, Chimpsky, Super Threes, and Mr. Shepherd 88.
Hail Brazier!
Thank you so much, Ray. Crushed it today. Thank you. What is this? Am I supposed to? Okay. Okay, observation tower. Right there. There we go. Look at the squirrel. Oh, there's a raccoon. Found him. Polaroid. Got it. She's big pimpin'. All right, spiderweb. Oh, spiderweb. There was one in here. Spiderweb and a vest. Beads. Oh, there were beads in here too, weren't there? Yeah, beads. There you go. A W. What a M? M is W upside down. There's the vest. Thermos. Oh, W, there we go. Wooden crate. Oh, there's a wooden crate. Thermos nest, badminton rackets, rope, helmet. That's not a rope, that's a leash. Nest. Rope. Oh, badminton racket, there we go. Thermos and helmet. Thermos, thermos. Thermos? Burger. Uma thermos? There we go. And now just the helmet. Helmet, helmet, helmet. Oh, helmet right there. There it is. Aha, I got it. Okay, now, did we get 3 stars? Fuck you. What is the image search? And how do I know to get that shit? I think I skipped over it at the beginning. It's only an hour from Portland. We're in Milo McIver Park, Oregon. It's hard to imagine that 25 miles ago we were surrounded by a huge city. It's hard to imagine a place more suitable for a barbecue. It's time to cook something, like the children. Red colored objects are hidden inside or behind other objects. When hovering over the location of a hidden object, you'll see a hint magnifying glass. Take out the frisbee. There we go. Nope. Oh, there we go. Frisbee. Take it out and put it. Put it in the dog's mouth? No. Oh, get. That was creepy. Okay. I think the image search is the thing you're covering. Oh, this guy. Oh, like a fucking fanny pack. Okay. All right. So let me move back over to this side again. Okay. So now we need to find a slingshot. Well, a bandana. Dad is in the Bloods. He reps the Bloods, that dad. Fucking bandana on. Oh my God. A kite, a boombox, a wreath, portable fridge, a pump, and a boomerang. Okay, there's the boomerang. I guess that's a portable fridge, or we call it a cooler. Oh, find the sausages and fry them. I bet they're in here. The dog? No, not the dog. Oh, there's a slingshot. Found it. Oh, there they go. There they are. Oh, cook them wieners. Oh, then pour ketchup all over them. Oh, we did it. There's a pump. Oh, that's not a pump. That's something else. I thought, oh, it's a penis pump. They're probably looking for a bicycle pump. There's a Flexo Light ping pong pad. Oh, there's the... And oh, I found the raccoon as well. There's the raccoon. Nope, that's cherries. Oh, there's a pump. Okay, pump. A wreath, wreath. There you go, up on top of her head. There we go. And there's one more in here. We're looking for apple, boombox, bird feeder, or kite. Shut up! Fucking big old knife. Found the kite. Oh, a ping pong paddle as well. Oh, there's the boombox. Fuck's sake. Okay. Yeah, backseating encouraged, you bet. Oh, apple on the blue bag. It wasn't a real apple. All right. Oh, there's the paddle. And now bird feeder, and we should have 3 stars. Bird feeder, a dog. You can feed a dog to a bird, right? Oh, there we go. That looked like a fucking mailbox to me. Let's go. We did it. All right, we're going to do about 20 more of these and then we'll call it a day. I'm locked the fuck in, yo. Vincent, thank you for giving out subs to Dr. Claus here, 2-star man, twat, and no, you shut up. Thank you. And Caustic, thank you for the 104. California's Mount Shasta looks like an ancient sleeping giant from here. You're almost right, Stacy. It's not a mountain, but a dormant volcano. It erupted more than 300 years ago. However, scientists agree that the volcano may wake up again in the future. And now we can safely walk at its foot. Pick an object and find a suitable place for it. Oh. Oh, take the sign and put it on the... Ooh, gotcha, okay. So we take the dog bone and give it to the doggy. Then we take that, give that to you. Oh, we gotta find these first. We gotta find the hidden objects and, oh, we gotta find the raccoon and the Polaroid. Well, there's the Polaroid. Good job, and there's the raccoon. Blue bottle. And then we gotta put gloves on Dad, he's missing one. And then this goes on, well, she's carrying a map. And this goes on like a bicycle? There it is. Okay, it is. Oh, it is a GPS though. All right. Time to find a ladle, a bear, a kettle, a wind turbine, radio tower, and a question mark. Okay, oh, the wind turbine back there, okay. That's, no. Kettle. That's a kettle! What the fuck is that if it's not a kettle? There's a bear bottom right here. Okay, there's the radio tower. There's the plane. That's an owl. We need the eagle to fly back across. There you are. Oh, you're not an eagle. That is a kettle. That is such a kettle. Okay. Knife. A ladle, a bear, an eagle, kettle, squirrel. That dog's taking a shit. Squirrel! Right? What the fuck are these if not squirrels? Fucking marmots. He had a marmot. Bear on sign? No, that's a Bigfoot. Oh, there's a squirrel. Oh, there's more in here, though. There's one more thing in here, at least. Oh, there's the kettle. Okay, that's done now. Oh, there's a bear. Ladle, eagle, and question mark. Oh, there you are. Okay. Oh, there's a ladle. Okay. And now the question mark. He would have crazy claims like he invented the question mark. Oh my God, the question mark was made out of rocks. Bullshit. It's time we refueled. I'll pay for the fuel. And we will wait for you in the motorhome. Okay, last one. Then if there's a mini game after, we'll play the mini game afterwards. But this will be the last one. Got to take our Polaroid. That's a good shot. Mom and Dad on vacation on their phones the whole time. And then this guy's just watching. I'm like, I'm gonna get my opportunity soon. I know it. I know it. Yeah, the image search. Yeah, if you find the another question mark, oh, there he is. Okay. The gumball machine. Car keys. Okay. And 2 more road cones. Oh, the raccoon is the driver. Yep, there we go. Oh, in here. There's 1. And there's 2. Perfect. Oh, stage 2. God damn it. There we go. Quadcopter. An airship. Car oil. The Euro symbol. Backpack. Put the wiper back. Stop fucking around. Now the bookmark, it's in red, so it's hidden behind something, right? It's in something. There's the helmet. There's the power bank. Ah, you gotta open something to get it, right? And there's paper towels. And now we need an airship and a pretzel. Fuck is an airship? Outside of Final Fantasy, I don't know what the fucking airship is. Oh, pretzel. Oh, it's a pretzel outline, right? Okay. Oh, there it is. Bingo. 1, 2, 3. Motherfucking yeah. Oh, it's not a mini game. I want the last mini game. That's right. These redwoods are the tallest, most ancient trees on Earth. Well, that's not true. The bristlecone pine is the most ancient tree on Earth, isn't it? Find the object with the help of its pattern or texture. Okay, so I gotta find that, and then this. Oh, there we go. And that. And this. This. That. Take a picture. Thank you. That. And then, yo, Praxis giving out 5 subs to Puffy Baby Man, Friendly Fire Mage, Lord Nerdington, the Hans Gruber, and cookies are yum. Oh, there's a pine cone. There it is. There we go. Okay. There's the loudspeaker. Okay. Give hat. No, don't take hat. Give hat. I bet she gives great hat. Buy crackers? Hey, I see a bunch of crackers right here. Are these crackers? Do these count as crackers? Saw. There's a saw. Vest. Bear. Horseshoe. Fix the trash can. Well, where do you want it, fucker? Where the fuck? Oh, you want it in the trash. Right here, I'm guessing. There it is. Okay. Animal tracks. Oh, there's a lizard. There's one lizard. Oh, there's the hat. Put that hat right on me. Oh, goddamn. Oh, I saw a bicycle. There it is, bicycle. Oh, there's the infinity sign. Oh, crackers. There's some crackers. Okay. There's the head torch. Animal tracks. There you are, you sons of bitches. And now 2 times lizard, and there's a red squirrel, which means we got to open up something for the squirrel. Ah, there you are, you bitch. I found you. Never mind. 2 more lizards. Oh, there's one in the pants. And another lizard in his pants. No? There it is. Got it. Okay. Now give me a mini game, you fucking sons of bitches. 1, 2, 3 stars. Oh, I missed the raccoon! No! Ah, mini game. There we go. Mini game reward. Here we go. Okay. Oh, it tells you if you got it in the right spot. Okay. We did it. We did it. 350 points, baby. Okay. Nothing will give us blah, blah, blah. Da, da, da. Okay. Yeah, whatever. I'm done. Exit. And now let's go to the menu. No. Exit this. There we go. Ooh, more puzzle games. Oh, that's fun. Oh, these. Oh, shit. Oh, fuck you.
Hi, my name is Co Carnage.
Yep.
I'm a streamer on Twitch and a game developer.
Absolutely. Game developer. Yeah. All right. Hey, Motorhome Traveling North America 3 Collector's Edition. Done. Beautiful. All right, time for some Monster Truck Championship, motherfucker. Let's go. All right, Monster Truck Championship. We're going to reset the poll. I love that you guys voted for that. Like, these last 2 games, I was like, I just got to fill up the list. But you guys really made it work. So thank you for allowing me to play those hidden object games and shit. with how many people here? 1,600. I mean, goddamn. What a great day I'm having, apparently, playing these fucking weird games. 28 gigs for this? Holy buckets of shit. All right, I'm going to take a piss. And in the meantime, oh, I do have one. Hold on. Nope. Nope. There we go. Gotta get this BRB from Javi. Because we got a new BRB for just for today. There it is. Okay. I will be right back after I pee. Stick around. Okie dokie. Welcome back, everybody. I hope you guys are having a good 4th of July. Oh my God. That BRB is so good, right? Let me see it. Let me see it again. Yeah, I want you to watch my stream and have fun. Be right back. Thanks, Javi. Oh, we're adding a new soundbite. hold on. We got to stop the action here. Mr. Tengu says they want a soundbite in, so we're going to do that. And what are we getting rid of? This is the newest one.
Asshole!
Oh, no. I can't do it to Vincent. Not today. I got to skip this one today. I got to leave that one for Vincent. Just this week, though. Just this time. We'll skip it once.
You dumbass Nick.
All right. You dumbass Nick. Getting rid of that one instead. And in this place, we're going to put this. Yep.
Whoa, ho, ho, shit the bed on my ho.
There we go. Oh, man, it's a classic. It is a classic. Yes, so yours? Yes, Scott, yours. Yep. All right. That's a classic. Oh, ho, ho, shit the bed on my ho. What'd you get into now, girl? You drunk girl, what'd you get? Shit the bed. All right, A2 is shit the bed on my ho. All right, there you go, Mr. Changu. Oldie but a goodie. And there's 5 more gifted subs from Sauciest Potato. Thank you for gifting those subs. To Weird Stone, 24 Forks, Twitch user B, Leveler, and Robaka83. Hell yeah.
Hail Berserker.
Thank you so much. Crew, also with 10 months. Thank you, Crew. What'd you guys vote for? Crime Simulator A. Okie dokie. My brother in Christ, when are you going to go bald? I've been asking Katie to shave my head for weeks, and we just keep forgetting about it. Oh, fuck. Right. We already did Monster Truck. So sorry. That's the new vote. My bad. We got it. Okay. Monster Truck Championship. Hell yeah. Okay. Put in there. All right, what's this shit all about? Monster Truck Championship, a unique, challenging motor racing experience where local or online victory depends solely on your driving skills. 16 customizable trucks, 25 arenas, and 3 leagues to win to become champion. This game came out 6 years ago, developed by Taeyon, published by Nacon. It is $3.99 on sale from $40. Mostly positive. Let's fucking go. Ocean Chief, how you doing? Good to see you. Thank you very much for popping in and gifting out 5 subs to Hutu Metiji, Shakulu 1990, Nem Tofo 145, and Rycan.
Hello.
Rycan.
To help you get started
Oh.
and to become a monster truck champion. Enter your details before we begin.
This actually looks like a real game, I know. Meta Wolf, thank you for the 4 months. Okay, John Johnson. Oh, we're gonna go. Nuts. Nuts Gurgly. Nuts Gurgly. Oh, fuck, dude. I'm American. No, I didn't say unspecified. I said America. There you go. Difficulty easy. I guess we could start easy. Automatic, yeah, please. No manual clutch. Thank you. ABS, the brakes, anti-lock brakes enabled. Okay. Medium. Medium. Medium is fine. Do you want to start the tutorial? We'll teach you how to perform tricks, tell you about various aspects. Yes.
Select Garage from the menu to buy new parts, tune, and upgrade your truck.
Thank you.
Go to management if you want to hire team members, choose a sponsor, or look at your statistics. Select events to compete in the first event in your career. Now select training to learn how to drive a monster truck and perform tricks.
There we go. Okay, now I got it. All right.
Welcome to our training facility. This is the place where you can learn how to control a monster truck.
I might should do controller for this.
Now let's start your first lesson.
Okay. Driving basics. Oh, shit! Not a great start. Not a great start. Oh, there we go. Oh, god damn it. Restart at the beginning. So monster trucks are like distinctly American, right? I mean, I'm sure they do tours and stuff. Like, they go to other countries to, like, you know, just for funsies, but...
Good job. Now you know the basics. You can repeat or change the lesson.
Okay. Change lesson.
Remember that as a professional driver, you must practice regularly and learn new tricks. Select a new lesson.
Okay. Oh, that was it. Okay. Long jump. That was easy. That was an easy one. Okay. Change lesson. Change lesson. Change the lesson, please. I had a monster truck RC car when I was a kid. It had monster claws coming out of the tires, climbed pretty much nothing. Oh yeah, I had one of those too. I don't remember what they were called.
You're doing great. You can
Thank you.
continue to learn tricks or leave the training and come back later.
Yeah, the
anytime you want.
beast. Yep, Gravedigger was a famous one. Bigfoot might be the most famous, but yeah, I think Gravedigger and Bigfoot are the most famous monster trucks, probably of all time. Ickis Monster with 86 and Smarty Girl with 129. Well, that was easy too. Yes, Gravedigger was black and green and Bigfoot was blue. High speed. Driving monster truck at high speed is more difficult than a regular car. Why you get points as well. Driving at high speed is not the most efficient way to get points, but it can help you with chaining other tricks. So all of these tricks are just hold the trigger down. All right. How many more do we got? Oh, jeez. There's your mother flipping driver's test. Maybe a bit much. Somersault front flip. Man, that crowd is going wild. All right, sidewall. There you go. Yeah, that's a sidewall right there. Nose wheelie. Oh. Damn it. Yes, I have been a monster truck show. Whoops, other way. Okay, so he gets up there. This one's tough. Oh, come on, that was it. So he gets his front tires up. I might be able to just do it on the ground. No, that's the other way. Other way. That's the wrong one. Dude. Oh, am I accelerating too hard? Okay. it to me! Dude. Fuck, dude. It's like a mix of like you put some gas, then you brake, and then you have the gas again. Yeah, brake is just left trigger. Brake and reverse is left trigger. Dude, this should not be this difficult. Fuck. I don't think I need this. I'll never need that. Fuck you. I'm not doing it. I'm not getting a check mark. There. See? Everything else has been like super fucking easy. Oh, come on, dude. There. Didn't land it, but fuck it, still counts. Fuck you. Backflip. Easy. Super easy. And then reverse donut. Oh. Okay, so he turns his tires first and then... Oh! I didn't know I could turn my back wheels with my right trigger or with my right stick. I didn't know I could do that. And now I do. Okay.
Now select events to start the first event in your career.
I'll do it. I'll do it.
This is the place where your career as a monster truck driver begins. Your goal is to win the title of the Monster Truck Champion.
I can do
to
that.
To achieve this, you must earn ranking points by getting good results in events. Right now, there's only one event available, but more events will unlock as you progress. Complete events and get to the top of league ranking to qualify for the finals. By winning the finals, you'll be promoted to a higher league.
I get it. I know how winning works.
Choose the best one for
Thank
you. Events are divided into stages and consist of various types of competitions. Now, select the first event to start.
Race. Also, that might be the most un-American thing I've ever heard. Guess you should read the tutorials. Fuck you. Fuck you. This is America. This is America. Fucking read tutorials. You fucking kidding me? You talking about reading? Reading. Fucking commie.
Today, Kilgore in the Lone Star State is the capital of the monster truck world. What you're about to see is one of the most exciting races in the country.
No, I don't like American Truck Sim. I don't want to do sims.
High-octane entertainment.
All right, race in the competition goals required number of laps, cross finish line, higher place take, more ranking points, winners. Yes, I get it. I know how winning works. All right, Nuts Gurgly, let's go. Come on, Nuts. Bad RPM to start, okay. God damn, this is fucking hard. Should have read the tutorial about winning. I didn't even barely turn that time. Holy fucking hell, dude. I wasn't even close. Wowzers. right, let's try again. Dude, all these people from different countries are beating me. I'm an American. Campbell from Australia or New Zealand or something. Rodriguez from Mexico. These Canadian fuck. McDonald. Fuck this. Perfect RPM. Don't do that. Oh, you fucking piece of shit! Guess who's fucking with me? It's the goddamn Canadian! Oh wait, no, the Canadian... Mr. Canadian McDonald? Oh, Campbell is the Aussie. For fuck's sake, man. I'm on medium difficulty and I'm not even getting close here.
Today, Kilgore in the Lone Star State is the capital of the monster truck world.
Get the fuck out of my way, Thompson! You fucking... Oh, you potser! You fucking cheating bitch! God damn it!
Today, Kilgore in the Lone Star State is the capital of the monster truck world.
God damn it! Campbell, are you finishing this race backwards, you dumbass? God damn it! Why? Fuck, man. Thank you, Save4K, gifting a sub to George Washington.
We're in Foxborough, Massachusetts, and the stadium is bursting at the seams.
Okay, I guess I
Today
moved
we're gonna
on.
Watch drivers in a classic J-hook style race. Brace yourselves for the Clash of Titans.
The Clash of Titans, huh? Compete in quick one-on-one races. Your goal is to cross the line before your opponent. If you lose, you'll be eliminated from the remaining rounds of the stage. Winner will advance to the next round. Defeat your opponents to advance to the final round. The more rounds you win, the more ranking points you'll get. Okay.
It's almost the 4th of July.
That's right, brother.
And I'm gonna celebrate.
Celebrate.
We're gonna say our prayers. We're gonna eat our vitamins. We're gonna masturbate daily.
Look at that. There's a win. There's a win. Isn't that guy a huge racist now? No, he's rotting in the ground now. Boy. Oh, sorry. Oh, so you, okay. Okay, 2 false starts, I guess. All right. You get 2 false starts and that's it. All right.
We're in Foxborough, Massachusetts, and the stadium is bursting at the seams.
Wham, wham, little doop, peppa doop. Yeah, fuck you, bitch! Got you, Thompson, you fucking fuck! Yeah! All right. Nuts Gurgly versus Cunt McDonald. No, Cunt McDonald, no! All right, I'll take a second. That's fine. Philly Dilly, thank you for giving a sub to Chaos Legion Karu.
People are fired up and hungry for action.
Oh, this is freestyle, so we got to get points for this.
So everyone prepare yourself, because it's going to be mind-blowing. Ladies and gentlemen,
It's going to be mind-blowing.
Let's get it started. Here's another run. A little bicycle there. Good save there. 1 minute left. Nice bicycle there. We're already halfway through. Didn't quite make it. We're running out of time. It didn't work out well. And we ran out of time.
And we ran out of time. Let me try it one more time.
Here in Minneapolis, the stadium is sold out. People are fired up and hungry for action. And another driver started off. Gets in the air and pulls off a barrel roll. That didn't go as planned. Seems like we have a new leader. 1 more minute.
Wow, Nuts Gurgly with the big lead.
Here comes the backflip, but didn't manage to pull it off. We're already halfway through.
God damn it, dude. But didn't manage to pull it off.
What a speed demon. Attempting a backflip. Full rotation and a perfect landing.
Oh, God. That's all we needed.
That's it. Time's up.
We got it. First place, new personal best. Let's go. I really gurgled those nuts. No active sponsor, though. New part, new sponsor. Oh, shit. Let's go.
Congratulations. You've just finished the first event in your career.
Thank you.
Successes in your career will grant you access to new truck parts and upgrades. It's a good time to visit the garage. Go back to the main menu and go to the garage to see the new part.
Okay.
Here you can design the appearance, buy new parts, tune and upgrade your truck. To have a chance against more experienced opponents in more important events, you have to constantly upgrade your vehicle. Most parts are currently unavailable. You can unlock some of them by competing in events, others by completing sponsor challenges, or for a price. You can buy the unlocked part or change the design of the truck.
Okay. I don't care about appearance. Performance, there we go. Oh my god, I need handling. Oh, I need handling so bad. I don't want to be a stallion. I don't care about rims. They're free.
You can check more upgrades or leave the garage. Now go back to the main menu and select Management.
Damn it! Let me just look at my shit! Oh, let's do Matt. Oh, suspension, okay. Lower suspension, yeah, decreases the chance of losing stability when turning. Okay. Low damping allows you to jump higher. High damping, okay. Gear ratio, short gear, increased acceleration change for lower maximum speed. Okay, I'll just leave that. Oh, makes the truck understeer. Okay, let's see if that's what I want. I don't know. Nope, nope. Sponsors.
This is where you can manage your team members, sign contracts with sponsors, or check your career statistics.
Okay.
Select vacancy to see the candidates for your team.
Oh, I want the reverse. Okay. Oh, tuning. There we go. No, more power to the front axle forward, right? Makes a truck understeer, so we want it. Yeah, I was gonna say I want to, because I am oversteering, so understeering hopefully will correct that. Okay. Cool, we cool, homie, we cool.
Right now, you can hire somebody from a few candidates, but other specialists will become available as you progress. Candidates represent different professions and have their own sets of skills.
Okay, this is my team member.
When you hire a specialist, you have to pay the initial hiring cost, and depending on his skill set, he might take a share of your income. You can change specialists anytime by paying the hiring cost. Choose a specialist that suits best the needs of your team.
Okay. Manager, income plus 5%. Let's go. Get a British manager.
Complete sponsor challenges during specified number of events to get additional rewards and new truck parts. You can select one from available sponsors to sign a contract. You'll get more offers as you progress.
Okay, 1 second. Sorry about that. All right. Let's, what are we going to get a sponsor? Hercules helmets. Oh, win one event, perform a somersault 2 times, hit 8 destructible objects, complete 1 event. Oh, when the contract has been completed or expired. Okay. All right, we should get somebody else too. We should get gear shift -%, income -5%, engine torque. No, I don't want torque. Sure, we'll get Michael O'Sullivan. Oh, top of the morning to you. Oh, you only made your car different in stunt scenarios, not in race scenarios. Fuck, you're right. I just noticed that. There. Now racing setup. Okay. I want to lower suspension. Software gives more control on uneven terrain. Yeah, softer. Suspension damping. Jump higher or... Yes. Allows you to drive on uneven terrain at a higher speed. Okay. Short gear increases acceleration and change for lower maximum speed. Okay, we'll leave that. And then, yes, forward. Okay. There we go. There we go. The dirty race. Oh, you have to pay to enter this? Oh, shit on me. 6,600 to enter. Oh my God. Okay. Let's go. I'm doing it. Let's go.
Today here in Las Vegas, we will see the most exciting monster truck show in the country. The whole stadium is going wild because the dual competition is about to kick in. Brace yourselves for the Clash of Titans.
All right, let's go. No good.
Today here in Las Vegas, we will see the most exciting monster truck show in the country.
Yeah, bitch! Yeah, let's go! Fuck you, Thompson! Eat a dick! Eat my big monster-eating dick! Yeah, let's go. I did beat him. Woohoo! Photo finish, but I got it. Okay, let's not do that. Yeah, not even fucking close, bro! Yeah, America!
Thank you for your money, though.
America! Nuts gurgly! Yo, Fox Bounty, thank you for 35 months. Mr. Void Dragon 42. Yay, the always insane autogen subtitles, indeed. And Lloydy Doity, Lloydy, body yaddy yaddy yaddy. Thank you very much for the 100 bits.
We're in Foxborough, Massachusetts,
Oh,
and the
fuck
stadium
me.
is bursting at the seams. In this racing contest, we have a few really good drivers, but only one of them can win. Now's their chance to prove who is best. So let's get
Me
ready
is best.
for large doses
Me.
of high-octane entertainment.
Bad start. You fucking dick. Yeah, I can really feel like the suspension changes, they really help. You fucking cheating piece of shit! Okay, fifth. Fifth isn't bad. Best I've done so far. Let's try again, though.
We're in Foxborough, Massachusetts, and the stadium is bursting at the seams.
There you go. There you go. God damn it! That was good. That was good. How many days will I be taking off next week for GDQ? None of them, unfortunately. Second is good. I'll take a second. That's fine. That's fine. Let's continue on.
We're in Foxborough, Massachusetts, and the stadium.
Oh, destruction! Oh, shit. Okay. Yes, I've been to a GDQ. I announced one. I was an announcer for one of them for a couple of games. All right, this competition, you need to get the most points destroying objects in the arena, doing tricks. Combining them will give you a higher chance to win. Time is limited, but destroying objects will give you a time bonus.
And another driver started off. Nothing can survive under these wheels.
Oh, it's not giving me that cool, like...
Look at this bicycle. Here comes the backflip, but didn't manage to pull it off.
That's okay. I'll take it.
That didn't go as planned.
There you go. At least count that. Yeah, there you go. All right. Nuts gurgly. Let's go. Okay. Sponsor contract completed. Select a new contract in management. Sponsor rewarded you $3,300. Sponsor rewarded you with 1 new part. And another new part, 6 new team candidates, and 2 new sponsors. Hell yeah. What are my new parts? No! I want performance stuff. Tires and suspension. I don't want appearance. I don't give a shit about body paint. I will be fair on wheels though, because that's awesome. Look at that. That's fucking great. Do you get sponsorship even when you lose like a knob? You don't have to be the biggest winner to get sponsors. Trust me, I know. They don't even tell you what you need to do to unlock the new tires and shit. Yep. Logistics manager Melissa Anderson. No. Let's get, yeah, logistics. Entry fees down. Money up. Win one event. I can do that. I mean, maybe I could do that. All right, Metal Beast Show. Let's go. Wait. No, Metal Beast. There we go. Yep. We'll pay the $7,800 fucking
the
fee.
stadium is sold out. People are fired up and hungry for action.
All right, let's go.
Here's another run. It's wrecking everything. Incredible barrel roll. Good save there. That's what the fans want to see.
Oh, dude. Yeah, not even close, man. Yeah, the multiplier takes care of everything.
Here comes the backflip. Sticks it.
Fuck's a slap wheelie.
Backflip. And ends up on the roof. What a shame.
What a shame. I whooped that ass. What a shame. Shame these nuts. And gurgle them. Gurgle them good.
Today, Kilgore in the Lone Star State is the capital of the monster truck world. Can you hear the wild revving at the starting line? That announces that the drag race is about to go down.
No. Shit! Man, that guy's good. That guy's real good.
Today, Kilgore in the Lone Star State is the capital of the monster truck world.
Thumb across the, finger across the throat means death. Another one down. Yeah, boy. Happy 4th of July, American motherfuckers. All right, Rodriguez. Yeah, he's got me. He got me this time. Yep, goddamn you, Rodriguez, you're too good!
We have fantastic
No me
weather
gusta.
and atmosphere here in Orlando, Florida. It's definitely going to be one of the most interesting racing competitions this season. So let's get ready for large doses of high-octane entertainment.
Can I? Shit. Might as well learn the track. You fucking dick. Oh, it's fucking Rodriguez again. Man, that motherfucker's got it out for me. I don't even know what happened there. I barely turned. All right, Wax, have a good day. Turning too much, man. I don't have any beer in the house, Scott. I thought about that. I forgot to get beer today. I don't even think we have any. We don't have beer. We don't have liquor. We got no alcohol in the house, man.
We have fantastic weather
I feel
and
so
atmosphere
un-American.
here in Orlando, Florida.
You fucking Thompson! Oh my God. God damn, if this race wasn't so fucking long. All right, we're gonna try one more time. Wait. Oh, whatever, fuck it. Fuck it. 3 new parts and 2 new sponsors. Are they good parts? Oh my God, yes! New brakes. Okay. And tires. Ooh, handling on the tires. Let's go. Yep. Give me those. Give me those. Yep. We'll get some brakes. We'll get some brakes and some tires. Good, 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 good. Oh, look at all these cool toppers you can get. Wow. Look at the toaster. Get out of here. Oh, wait, I didn't equip them? Oh, I forgot. Yep. Thank you. Thank you for reminding me. Okay. So you got to do the sponsor thing or else you lose it. So you got to do it. Win 2 race event stages. Form a 7 times combo during one event. Wow, 33,000. 21,000. Form a drift 3 times during one event stage. Get a 6,000 score for a single bicycle 1 time. Okay. Form a wall backflip 1 time. Win 1 event without resetting the truck or restarting a stage. If there's destruction, I can do it. I can do a backflip and I can win the event. Because they give you uber multipliers. All right, what do we got here? Oh, yeah, Hammerfall Festival, Destruction, Drag Race, and Race. So Destruction's up first. Oh, wait, no, never mind. I was on the wrong thing. Freestyle Race Destruction. Warriors of Mayhem. 9,000 entry fee. How much does it cost? It's like $4 right now. It is. Why is the game so much quieter than the Steam trailers? I don't know why. The game is so quiet, I have to pump it way up. It's $3.99. Yep, $3.99 until July 9th. Yep. Okay. Sure.
People here in Salt Lake City are really pumped, and I've got a feeling this show will be amazing. Here's another run. Nothing can survive under these wheels. Attempting a backflip, but didn't manage to pull it off. What a shame.
Big save, though.
One more minute. The truck gets on its side. It didn't work out well. We're already halfway through. We're running out of time. We're still waiting for something mind-blowing. Backflip. And lands upside down. And a moonwalk. Wow! What a speed demon! And we ran out of time.
Oh, come on! I actually made the backflip that time.
Today, here in Las Vegas, we will see the most exciting monster truck show in the country.
This is gonna suck. Oh! I started in second? Holy. That's awesome. And I fucked it already. Well, I didn't fuck it. Someone ran into me and fucked me, so. I can't turn with you on my truck, you fucking. J stands for jobber. He's fucking me on purpose. I have no idea where I'm going. I have a feeling I'm not going the right way, though. Yeah, why are those guys going up there? All right, 6 for the first time. Not bad, not bad. All right, now here's where we win.
People here in Salt Lake City are really pumped, and I've got a feeling this show will be amazing.
Oh, you can tune before everything. Okay, that's cool. No. Perform a backflip one time, win one event without resetting. Okay.
Here's another run. Total destruction.
Oh, they don't give you near as much time for this one. to complete a combo. Well, that fucked me. That fucking fucked me. That fucked my sponsorship right up. No. The most American one, please. Okay, let's see. I guess Americans are fat, right?
Fat guy in little coat.
There you go. All right, we're gonna play this for about another 25 more minutes, and then we'll see what you guys have picked for the next game. Thank you. Where are we at? Look at the poll. Okay, it's looks like Crime Simulator's at the top, but any one of them can catch up. So you got 25 minutes. What's the difference between a monster truck rally and a brothel? A monster truck rally has a cunning array of stunts. Yeah, that's right. Thank you, Grady, over the 39 months. Okay, so I still have that checked. All right, cool. Fuck it. Fuck the sponsors. I'm just gonna do some Hammerfall. The Hammerfall Fest. Oh, wait. This option is available during an ongoing event. You can abandon the event. Oh, I gotta go back to this event. Oh, fuck. Continue the
People
event.
here in Salt Lake City are really pumped, and I've got a feeling this show will be amazing.
And another contestant started off.
That didn't count for anything?
It's a complete pandemonium out here.
Ah!
Look at this bicycle.
Holy shit!
Great wheelie across the track. Backflip. And ends up on the roof. What a shame.
Terrible. Sponsor contract expired. Yep. Yep, I know. I know. Okay. Let's do this one. I don't fucking
Today
need
we're in
any fucking
Charleston,
bullshit.
West Virginia.
Another driver started to run. Speeding like a rocket. The truck gets on its side. Here's the bicycle. One more minute. Here comes the and lands upside down. Backflip and ends up on the roof. What a shame.
God damn it.
We're already halfway through. What a speed demon.
30 seconds left. Nose wheelie. Wow.
I finally did one.
Wow. Impressive wheelie. That's it. Time's up.
Does it not add it to my score? Maybe it did. I don't know. Did you ever been to a Monster Jam? I've been to a Monster Truck like show.
And I've got a feeling this show will
It did count it? Okay. Oh, fuck. Which one should I have gone down? Hope this is the right choice. Seems like it. Okay. No! Just barely clipped the corner with my fucking tire! That fucking corner sucks, Gaseous! Oh, there's 3 laps of this? Oh, God. You fucking piece of shit! fucking bullshit.
Asshole! Asshole!
God
Today,
damn it.
here in Las Vegas, we will see the most exciting monster truck show in the country.
Come on, Nuts! Come on, Nuts! Let's go, Nuts Gurgly! Nuts Gurgly! First place, bitch! Woo! I'm locking in. I lean forward. Let's go, Nuts! America wins!
People here in Salt Lake City are really pumped, and I've got a feeling this show will be amazing.
Thompson! I gotta try that again.
People here in Salt Lake City are really pumped.
In Salt
and I've
Lake-
got a
in
feeling
Salt
this
Lake
show
City.
will be amazing.
That was smooth. Smooth and clean. Clean as fast. Let's go! Take that, escorting. Bitch. Oh, shit. Clean, 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 clean. Let's go! Yeah, baby! Woo! All right, for the win. Who am I facing? If it's Rodriguez, I'm gonna shit. It is Rodriguez! Fuck! And he beat me again, this fucking asshole! God damn you, Rodriguez! Oh. Es huevos guapo. Huevos gigante. Gigante. Yes, he has handsome eggs. He has big, handsome eggs. How'd I do? Oh, but I beat him on points, bitch. All right. I think that's where, well, you know what? Hold on. Let's do one more mud monster race. Okay, let's do one more event, and then we'll call it. We'll
We're in
move on to whatever game you
Massachusetts, and the
guys
stadium
decided
is
is
bursting
next.
at the seams.
Oh, fuck. I went to a dead fucking stop. Thank you, Zeke, for graciously taking my assist in this game. I'm so glad I put it in the Discord. I am too.
We're in Foxborough, Massachusetts, and the stadium is bursting at the
Massachusetts?
seams.
No, he's got better pickup speed. Fuck, McDonald, old McDonald, suck my balls. E-I-E-I, blow.
We're in Foxborough, Massachusetts, and the stadium is bursting at the seams.
No, Mason, no! I don't have it. I don't think I have the truck for this. I need better parts. I'm gonna try one more time.
We're in Foxborough, Massachusetts, and the stadium is bursting at the seams.
Wow. Yeah, I don't have the truck. I don't have the get up. The acceleration. Yep.
I see Kansas City is definitely ready for some monster trucks because the stadium is literally packed.
Rodriguez, you fucker. Get out of my way. Oh, you fucking pigs! Oh, how did he correct himself so fast and easily? Fuck that shit. God damn it, Rodriguez. I'm leaning forward, man. I'm locked in. I'm leaning forward. Oh, it's a 3-lap race. Motherfuck me. Did you see that shit? Did you see that shit? Let's go! Woo! Skidded it in for the win. Let's go. Snuck it in there. Woo!
Lay down your weapons. It is not too late for my mercy. Oh, oh, come and look upon the heart. Upon the heart. Oh, oh, oh. I'm a god. How can you kill a god? What a grand and intoxicating innocence. I'm a god. How can you kill a god? Shame on you, sweet Marabar.
Hell yeah, dude. Thank you, Spencer. Thank you, Lich, with 6 years, by the way.
The stadium is bursting at the seams. We'll see big airs, backflips, wheelies, and many more breathtaking stunts in today's freestyle challenge. Ladies and gentlemen, let's get it started.
Oh, is this? Oh, freestyle. Okay. I'm gonna fail this.
Here's another run. It's wrecking everything. Fantastic control over that truck. That didn't go as planned. Here comes the backflip.
Nope.
We're already halfway through.
Wow.
We're running out of time.
Fucking what?
It didn't work out well.
Big save, it says.
That's it. Time's run out.
Oh, that was it. Okay. Well, we did it. Good job, everybody. That's a good fun game, man. Those fucking races. Ooh, that felt so good. Like just sneaking that win right in. Ooh, yeah. Yeah, that was good. All right, let me refresh it. See if anything's even close. It looks like Crime Simulator. Let's go. All right, let's reset the poll. Because there's nothing more American than crime. Oh, I didn't even install it yet. Oh, 18 gigs. It's going to take like 3 minutes. Okay. Okay. Crime Simulator. Boop. Boop. White Jaw, thank you for the 81 months. You're out of jail, but the debt isn't gone. Sneak, steal, and break into houses solo or in 4-player co-op. Use lockpick, sleeping gas, and brute force to complete jobs, outsmart security, and make enough money before time runs out. Will you pay back what you owe or lose every game? Or everything. This one came out a year ago, developed by Cookie Dev, published by Ultimate Games and Playway. It is $8.99. Lego. Oh yeah, brute force reporting for duty. Okay, play offline. Delete that file. Standard mode. What's it? Yeah, give me the tutorial. It's been a minute. It's been a while since I played this, so go ahead, tutorial me.
Welcome, fresh recruit. I'm here to explain a few things to you. Basically, we bailed you out and now you owe us. You're gonna have to repay your debt. This is your current base. Not much to look at, but here you can store all your tools and loot, maybe even buy some furniture. For now, let's get you familiar with the most important skill, which is lockpicking. To learn skills, you need to find skill leaflets. I know where we're gonna find the first one. Get to the pin board in your truck.
Okay.
Using this pin board, you can change the difficulty, but only once per quota. Invite friends if you have them, and most importantly, select the next location where you'll commit your crimes. Let's select Rural Street and get started.
Okay. Select the location, Rural Street, difficulty normal, players 1, quota 1,000, days left 3. Okay.
Let's start with an easy place to break into, 106. Usually there's someone there, but today it seems to be. Break in either by finding the key or figure out another way. Great. There should be a skill leaflet inside. Grab it and use it to learn the skill.
Give me that. Oh, no. Oh yeah, don't keep it in your hand, dipshit. Oh, there we go. Basics of lock picking. I will use
now
it.
You know how to use the lock-picking tool for basic locks, just like that. To acquire more skill points, you need more experience, which you gain by stealing, doing jobs, challenges, and other tasks. Get to your truck and order the lock-picking tool on your computer.
Okay.
It will arrive via a drone drop.
Oh, did I not do it? Oh, yep, there it is. Okay.
Bad news. The lady at 106 has returned home. Time to do some sneaking around. Get back inside and lockpick the metal cabinet. Steal whatever you'll find inside. Good luck.
Did he say she's home now? Yep, she's right there. Okay.
Get away from me!
911, what's your emergency?
Yeah, she was sleeping on the bed. And I did that.
I'm calling the cops.
I was
911, what's
the fuck? I was sneaking. I am on my I'm crouched. I had my fucking flashlight on. So that woke her up though, the flashlight, you know. Okay, sure. Yeah, that was it.
Nice stuff. Should get you ahead on your assignment. Get back to your hideout using the pinboard. We'll make proper use of that loot you found.
Okay. No, I know the slow open door. I held the. Didn't you see the circle go? It was because of my fucking stupid flashlight. Oh, pinboard. Idiot. There we go. Okay. I too keep my headphones in a safe. Yeah, exactly. VIP loot, golden cards. So there's like special collectibles or stealables on each level, huh? All
Place
right.
the stolen loot in the delivery box and use the lever to send it off. You can also send skill leaflets or keep them for your friends. Up to you. One important thing to note. If you deliver more cash than the required quota, it won't go towards the next one, but you will receive more credits. Credits are the main currency we use on the dark web to buy things, some of which you will find quite handy.
Okay.
That's it. You gotta reach the required quota in a certain amount of days, then you will get a higher quota to reach.
Fake jewelry? How am I supposed to know that?
Required quota. Use the red button next to the
Should be
lever
$0. I shouldn't get a
finalize your
fucking
assignment.
penalty for it.
I've unlocked more websites on your computer. Let's go check them out. Great, now click on the Jobs website. When you accept jobs, you have a limited time to complete them, so choose wisely. For now, accept any job you like.
Okay. Plant a package in the marked location. Okay.
Let's move on to the next website, Item Requests. Back out of this one. On this website, you can fill out item requests for cash and experience points. Check it out regularly after each burglary. Sometimes it might be more efficient to fill out a request instead of sending the items via the delivery box. Let's move on to the next website. It's called Locations. On this website, you can purchase various tips and hints about places you can break into. If you're unsure about the security of some houses, or just want to know if people living there are armed, don't hesitate to buy some info. Also, once you steal enough loot and complete all jobs available in any location, you can claim rewards for completion on this website. Be aware of that. There are some more websites, but I'm sure you can handle them on your own. These were the most important ones. You can step away from the PC.
Yeah, check the poll there. I see him at the top of the chat. You can see all the games that you can vote for. And you can vote for them. And you can vote for as many as you like. You can vote for one of them, two of them, even four of them. And then you can change your vote at any time. Oops. There you go.
That's all I wanted to show you.
Okay.
Try to reach the required quota by stealing stuff, completing jobs, and item requests. You can invite a friend too. It's always a bit easier when there's someone helping you out. Good luck on repaying your debt.
Thanks. What the fuck? Oh, play game now. Okay. Louisiana. Oh, there's story, huh? Louisiana State
Seems
Penitentiary.
like some big fish wants you out of here. They've got some demands. Read this through and sign it below.
Are you a Muppet? You sound like one. All right. Bail 50,000. Bail paid in full. Don't waste this opportunity. You're now free. We expect you to repay your debt in full. Consider this a sign of good faith. We would hate to see your talents go to waste, and we will send transportation shortly. Do not disappoint us. Ezekiel the Third.
Well, have fun out there.
Thank you. I will. No, it's all good. All good. Yep. Wow. Did you hear? That was his shoulder cracking.
Welcome to your base. As we've discussed previously, you have to pay off your debt in various not-so-moral ways. Steal things from people, complete jobs for cash, and all the other stuff. Good luck.
Nope, don't punch it. Pick it up. There you go. Complete without police involvement. Break windows without being seen. Complete jobs. Okay, plant a package in the marked location. Okay, do they give me the package? 106 Arias. Okay. They must give me the package, right? Oh, plant package here. Okay. Okay. Man, they spot you so fucking fast. Oh, it was the fucking camera. Okay.
Little butt crack. Be quiet. This is a ninja mission.
The fuck? Oh, I can't use it if I don't have any skill points? Oh, fuck off. Okay. Fuck. Oh, there it is. Okay. Over here. Don't mind me, just a burglar running down the street. No big deal. What does that mean? Why is there like a little bit of red on the money bag for the loot? Yeah, I don't know. Value, counterfeit, what is it? Oh, there's damage. Oh, what? Okay. It's gonna be a perfect day if it let you pay hush money for a porn star for using campaign funds. Maybe a future update. Maybe. Why are all these people walking around and like sitting out there with nothing to do in the middle of the fucking night? Meth addicts. Nah, that makes sense. 0555.
Where are my pills?
Does she go to bed or leave or something? Can I like blackjack her? Because if I remember correctly, last time, like, civilians, you just have to let them catch you and they fucking run away and call the cops. Because they're way too on high alert, man. They should be asleep.
What was I doing?
Yeah, I guess I'm stealing a wall-mounted phone for some reason. I think I'm stealing it because it's rare. Because no one has one anymore. It's considered like a rare item. Oh.
The heck?
And I think the day automatically ends at like 6, right? Yeah, okay. The day ends at 6, but crime never stops. Keyboard, monitor, mouse. Keyboard, coolers. Yeah, motherboard. RAM sticks. Smartphones. No. Oh, it shows the stuff I have. Okay. So actually, I have a home router. But I need an internet modem, huh? Okay. Instead of robbing the woman, you can just take her out on a few dates, have a good time, have a little sex, get married, move in with her, and then take whatever you want. Oh, then you chop her up and bury her in the garden. All right, builder. All right, now. Sheesh. That's too many item requests, goddammit. Let's see. Zip ties. Nope, I can't have zip ties. AC sleep gas. My wife won't wake up now. 5 stars. Oh, a sleep dart. That'd be nice. Stun dart. Stun gun. Tasey. Oh, silenced pistol. There we go. Invisibility tool. All right. Well, you don't really like, holy shit. You don't get really moving. Until you, get better equipment, I'd imagine. Okay. So 874 out of 1,000. Hi, buddy. What are you doing, bubs? Getting eye boogers? Ready for the fireworks tonight? It shouldn't be too bad around here, huh, Bubs? But you don't care. Bubs doesn't give a shit. Do ya? No, he don't give a shit. He don't care. He don't care about no fireworks, do we? No. No, we don't. No, we don't. Zeke, you're playing this, but you're thinking about monster trucks. We can all see it. I was thinking about monster trucks. You're right. So weird of you to say that. You're absolutely correct. That's a good boy, huh? That's a good boy? Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah. Thank you. Give me huggies. I love it when you do that. All right, bud. Cool. Thank you. Yep. Every time. Managed to unplug my headphones. Good job. Good job. All right. I just got to do it again, huh? Till I get that quota. Hello? There we go. Stupid camera keeps flagging me as intruder. 7798. I like that this guy lives in a storage unit. That's pretty fun. Blue toy phone. That's Katie with the Rady. What up, Raiders? Hope you guys had fun doing the Wars of Guild. So there's no fucking vaulting in this? Excellent. How the fuck do I get out of here? Oh, there we go. Okay, I can jump over, finally. All right. Man, this low capacity, like, I have room for 4 items. Get out of here. Okay. There we go. Yeah, at least it's 4 items of any size. Yeah, that's okay. 50 bucks for that, huh? Okay. Not bad. Yeah, 40 bucks for a table fan. I want to know what these people are doing awake. Like, most of them should be asleep. Got to get you a bigger knife. Indeed. Thank you to Corta with 1984. Or with 1984, with 31 months. Yep, I guess I live here now until this fucking guy decides that he's wanted somewhere else. Yep. There you go. Okay. There we go. Okay. I see you, Helidol. Pretty good day. Not a bad little thievery. Oh. That's what I should have picked. I should have picked up a fucking rock. Some door was unlocked.
Such a boring day.
It's almost the 4th of July.
Jesus Christ.
And I'm gonna celebrate. We're gonna say our prayers. We're gonna eat our vitamins. We're gonna masturbate daily.
Good Lord. God damn you, Hulk
What is the
Hogan.
world coming
Scared
to?
the shit out of
It
me.
is getting so a man can't even make a dishonest living.
I wish these items would make a cha-ching sound when I grab them. It's so hard to stay stealthy. Cha-ching! Now that I want to keep for myself because I get... There's a credit card reader I can get, right? Pretty sure. Okay. So I met my quota, right? Okay. You have no skill points. Okay, I don't know how to get skill points, I guess. Ah, shit! Don't punch it. Don't punch the computer. Use the computer. I don't have to pay rent anymore. Someone died because of this. Broke on first use. Don't recommend. Ooh, the glass knife would be good. There's a lot of shit that I can break into with that glass knife. Great banana. Okay, I got what I ordered. Zip. There we go. Credit card stealer. That's what we want at some point. Oh, thermal goggles would be nice. All of these have like... They're not... None of these are permanent upgrades, are they? Like the thermal goggles only last like a mission or something, right? No, the glass knife... I mean, in real life they suck, right? But not in the game. I hope. Yeah, IRL, yeah. And that's the other thing. Your goddamn tools take up spots in your fucking inventory. So now I can only pick up 3 items if I want to keep... Ugh. I got 1 skill point acquired. Okay, so I can get... What does this do? How to carry more. There, 1 more spot. Thank you. Worth it. Oh, claim reward. Unlock locks without being seen. Complete the assignment on normal difficulty. Complete item requests. Oh, yeah. Fuck. No fucking way, dude. Destroy the lamp at Tom's house. Destroy the bathroom mirror at Kate's house. Destroy the garden gnomes. How many are there? Fuck them gnomes. Okay. Oh, I don't even know how to destroy it. I don't have anything to destroy with. Oh, I guess I can destroy it with my fists, I suppose. Not good for beating someone up. It's too heavy. Great for setting my family straight. Fucking Jesus. Oh, yeah. I can take all 3 jobs, right? And do them all at once? Right. Okay. Great. Now I have 3 spots in my inventory. That's fucking wonderful. Okay, the quota is 2,500 now. Don't mind me. That was fast. Fast and easy. There you go. Not even worth the price they're paying me, though, to be honest. $100, $150? Eh. Yeah, no shit I was hurt. I broke a fucking mirror, dude. Parking a car near the target house and throwing items over the fence? I don't have a car. Oh, interesting. Advanced electronics for a fucking blind? Oh, I can put the sleep gas in the AC and snooze them. Oh, that's funny. Okay. So he doesn't. Oh, you gotta be fucking kidding me. God damn it, dude.
Get the hell out of here!
Oh, it doesn't.
911, what's
Okay.
your emergency?
I guess I'll pick up a car battery. Oh. Oh, that's my... Oh, there's not even anything in here! Oh, that glass knife was a bust, dude.
You're no match for me!
Can you wanna... Oh my fucking god. I'm out of energy. Listen, you're no match for me. They'll never know I'm here. And they're out of here. Yeah, he's gonna walk by this one. Yep. Come on, man. Oh, come on. Weed keeper? Whatever that means. Weed keeper. Learn to grow weed. Okay. Yeah, all right, cool. Man, I need agility level 1. Sorry, the wrong game. I thought this was Thief Sim. No, it's all good. Yeah, totally cool. Da 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 da. Gimme. Gimme. Well, not the most productive of days, but not terrible, I suppose.
Where are my pills?
Thanks, lady. I don't know where you went, but thanks for leaving. I did fuck up some gnomes, though. No, this. There you go. There. Pick it up. Pick it up. Pick it up. All right. Not a bad day of thievery. How'd we do? 836. Not great. All right. I'm good on this one. There's something about it that I just don't like how quickly they are alerted and how much they walk around. Like, I'd rather they were all asleep, and then if you fuck up or set an alarm or set up an alarm or camera or something, then they wake up. But they're just walking around, just milling about. I'd rather they were sleeping, and then if you do something dumb, you wake them up. All right, let's see. What is the next game? Alaska Gold Fever, really? Okay. Okay. Alaska. Alaska Gold Fever. Oh, it's by the same devs or not the same devs. They're bundled together at least. So if you own one, you can get this one for a little bit cheaper. Okay. Let us edit that. Reset the poll just in case we have time for another game or we want to play another game. Oh yeah, I got to keep ahead of this. What was the last one? Bukake. UKK. There you are. With the resub for 17. Yep. And then up from there. Gonna have a nice big if then to do. To choose from on Tuesday when we choose the winner. Okay, and change the category. Alaska Gold Fever. There we go. All right. What is this fucking game? Happy 4th, fuckers. Indeed. Step into the role of a gold prospector during the Alaskan Gold Rush and build your own empire from scratch. Mine resources, refine different forms of gold, and upgrade your tools to increase efficiency. Explore diverse mines, survive the harsh climate, and complete engaging story and side quests. This one actually came out this year, April 14th, developed by and published by Baked Games. It's $13.59. Lego. There's gold in them there hills. Cause I love gold. Gold fever or yellow fever? Jesus Christ. I don't think we're allowed to say that. That's not the proper nomenclature anymore. Gas Talk giving a sub to Man vs. Game. Hell yeah. All right, let's see. Head bob intensity. Oh my God, 0, please. Thank you. Ultra. There you go. Anti-aliasing. None. They don't allow you to have any. Okay. Sounds good. Enter a name. Let's see. Let's call this. Oh, whoops. Gold member. I'm from Holland, isn't that weird? Toy, like a tiger. Who's my girl? Who's my big girl? Oh, yes, come here. Come on up. Oh, yeah, your big girl. Oh, my big girl. Yeah, you want to come up and say hi to Papa? Okay. Okay, you can say hi to Papa. It's so warm, Papa. Papa, it's so warm, I know. It's so warm, I know. Oh, they're giving us this as a little trailer before you start, huh? Okay, cool. Is she scared to just come to hide? I don't know, honestly. I'm gonna let you guys know I might have to cut the stream a little bit early today because it is fucking hot in my office and the air conditioner is not doing nothing. Hold on. I just gotta, let me just make sure. Oh, hold on. Yep. The hose fell out the back and it was just recycling the hot air and blowing cold and recycling. Oh my God. The hose fell out of the back. God damn, they don't make those things very well. No, I don't have, no, it's a hose that, it's a in-room cooler that has a hose or a whatever, a vent thing that goes to the window unit that you close on it. Yeah. And it just popped out. So it's just going just blowing hot air out of the back into the room, not out the window like it's supposed to. All right, look around and find Uncle's hotel. Oh my fucking god, did we already play this once? Did we play the demo of this? Yeah, it's a floor unit AC. So it's about, you know, like 3 feet tall, has wheels, and there's a hose that comes out the back that you put into the, like a window unit thing, like a window like thing with a hole in it. So you put the hose in there and it closes the window on it. No, I'm thinking about duct taping it for sure. Yeah, duct taping it. Yeah. There's no on the door for the hotel keys. Please report to the church. Reverend? Excuse me, sir. I'm the heir to the hotel located in this town. I'm looking for someone who can help me get to it. You come to the right place, young man. My name is William. I'm the local clergyman and someone you can call a mayor, though without official title. More than anything, I was a close friend of your uncle before he died. He asked me to make sure you'd find your way here. You must have valued and respected him very much if you wanted to bring me all the way here from Poland. Indeed, it wasn't easy, but I owe him my life and my position at this settlement's administrator, so I wanted to do him this one last favor. It seems that in the letter, my uncle mentioned a certain friend with a good heart and a firm hand. I assume he meant you. I need a firm hand to make sure no newcomer or resident gets the idea of taking over. Our settlement is unlike any other you might have heard of. I promise I won't cause trouble. Like many others, I came here to secure a better life for myself. Actually, not just for myself. Enough chatter. I assume you'd like to see your new home, wouldn't you? I'll handle the necessary paperwork, but in the meantime, I have a small favor to ask. As you can guess, it's damn cold here, and it would be good to light the stove. Could you help me bring some firewood? Here's a simple axe. Should do the job. Well, I wouldn't want to disappoint Uncle's local friend or loyal friend. We've got nothing better to do either. I'll head to chop some trees. Just don't wander too far. I got plenty of wild and dangerous animals around, wolves and bears, shit like that. Oh, this was actually a tutorial? I thought this was a splash screen. Okay. Here you can see your inventory windows. You can see it's divided into 2 different categories to make it easier for you to browse items you own. Oh, tools, weapons, ammo. Got it. Okay. Some of these categories, such as tools, weapons, essentials, can be used during your adventure. Keep in mind that each category has an assigned key that allows you to select a specific item. For example, tools, when you press 1, it will take you to the Reverend's axe in your hand. Oh, I see. Okay. Yep. To use them, you must press H. Okay. I'm back. Excellent. So you got it done quite fast. It's pretty cold. Okay. As you can see, my stove isn't too big. So it'd be best if you cut those logs into smaller pieces. Let's say about the size of sticks. Can you handle that? No problem. In our region, if you want to building your own land, you need to purchase a property deed. Since your uncle left you the hotel in his will, I'm transferring the deed to you free of charge. But if you ever want to acquire more property in the future, I'm afraid it'll cost you quite a bit. Okay, what's all the money used for? We're officially recognized as separate. I don't give a fuck, dude. What you do with your own property is no concern of mine. Good. There's a mine around here that has some gold left. Son, there's more gold here than there is water. You just have to go looking for it. Though I haven't done that myself in years. Ask the trader at the general store. He'll know where a newcomer like you should head. Thank you kindly for your help. I'll spend the night at the hotel, and tomorrow morning I'll head out for that gold. Bring the rest of my family over here and we'll come cheap. Okay, I wish you luck, my boy. It may be a simple knife. Oh, here's a gift. Simple knife when you hunt an animal will allow you to cut meat from it. Okay. In a life in Alaska will require the sensible use of natural resources from which various useful items can be crafted to craft specific items in the oh my fucking god, no. No. Nope. Nope. Mm-mm. Nope. Nope, I don't want to do it. I can't believe I put it on the list. Why'd I put it on the list? I don't want to play this. I don't want to play this. Let's do the backyard baseball demo. That sounds fun. Yeah, sorry for everyone who wanted to see the Alaska game. I just don't care. I don't care about crafting or fucking reading or anything like that. I'd rather just play fucking baseball, which sounds fun. Crafting, you have to learn all the rules, learn all the recipes, and you have to build. I do not have the patience for it. I should stop putting them on the list. Change bolt? No, I don't need to change bolt. I don't need to. Okay. Sorry, I'm hot and I'm annoyed. All right, we're going to do the demo here. The arcade style classic is back. It's leveling up. And it's leveling up with enhanced gameplay, new game modes, and all the humor and charm of the original. This backyard baseball like it was always meant to be played. Wishlist now for opening day on July 9th. Okay. Oh, and it is developed by Mega Cat Studios, published by Playground Productions. Let's go. Where can I recommend games that Zeke will surely try? The Discord. Indie game suggestions tab. That's where you put everything. Or all the game suggestions. Yo, Big Bad Wolf for Life. I didn't see it. Thank you for the 148 months. Yeah, motherfucker. And Vincent with a give it sub to part-timer. Man, part-timer. Hilarious. Just making sure. Just making sure. Oh, you're gonna be really pissed, Vincent, when I'm gone for a week this month, and then at the end of like August, I'm gone for 2 weeks. Talk about part-timing. Ho-ho-ho! No, that's the thing with living with people, Pete. Especially women. Women like it warmer, men like it colder. Just the way it is. I would prefer 68 degrees in my house. She would prefer 73, 74. Usually. Yeah, the boss, Vincent, you gotta sign off on my my non-paid time off sheet. Choose a coach. Choose a coach icon. The corn dog, of course. Call him Coach. We'll Coach. Oh my fucking god. Cornhole. Wait, what? Oh, I can't do it? How about pussy? Oh, penis? Cock. Nope. Dick? Nope. Butt? Nope. Wiener? Wiener! I can do wiener. How about cunt? Nope. How about bussy? Oh, I can't even do bussy. Bussy is out. Yeah, I can't. I can do it incorrectly spelled. I can do whiner, but I can't do it correctly spelled. Nope. That's fucking great. How about back door beauty? Backdoor beauty I could be. What about cum? Nope, cum doesn't work. Sluts. Man, they had to go through a bunch of these, I bet. Oh, what about queef? Nope, queef is out too. Jizz? Nope, jizz is out. Well, I mean, sure, fuck is out. I mean, I can do FUC. There we go. There it is. Coach Touch a Lot. There we go. Confirmed. Coach Touch a Lot. Welcome back, Touch a Lot. Welcome back, Touch a Lot. Oh, that's locked. Okay. All right, let's play ball. Single player. Kenny Kawaguchi, Pablo Sanchez, and Keisha Phillips.
Me encanta el béisbol.
Yeah, dude.
Vámonos.
Vámonos indeed. Sidero, thank you for giving a sub to Don't Touch Me There, my no-no. Thank you, Vincent, for giving a sub to Fudge Packer.
It's time to see who's a better and who's a
Oh wait, it's a derby? No, I want to play a game.
Watch out, Pablo's ready to swing. Hit the most home runs for backyard glory. Keep your eye on the ball. Oh, come on. Just missed it. Gotta swing at the right time to hit the ball. You've got this. Next one's the big one. Almost had that one. Gotta swing at the right time to hit the ball. Just missed it. Next one's the big one. 10 seconds remaining.
Okay, so
Bonus round. You've got 3 outs. Make them count.
no, I know Oh, it opens up my stance. I get it. Okay.
Nice try.
Okay. No, not backyard derby. No. Is that all it is? Is the fucking home run derby? So I can't actually play a game? I mean, it is a demo, so whatever, but like still. Now there's several backyard baseballs. 01, 97, or 99? 97? Okay.
That time again. Time for some non-stop baseball fun.
All right. I'll give the 97 a shot. Think you would enjoy Super Mega Baseball? Well, I mean, might as well. I can install it. Oh, fuck. No. Nope. I don't want the fucking EA app. That's a deal breaker. Fuck that. Oh, I gotta change this. Jesus fucking Christ. Can you make that more fucking abrasive? Are we serious with this? God damn it! I want to be Coach Penis. Oh, I gotta create the team first? What I really like to do is fucking full screen this first. I like that I can do that with my fucking controller. There we go. Game options. I didn't know it was in there. Setup. You gotta be fucking kidding me, man. If you force 640 by 480 resolution in the executables compatibility settings, accomplish the desired goal of filling the screen and then only having black vertical bars, much larger than the, okay. Fucking, you gotta be fucking kidding me. No, no! God, fucking idiot! What is wrong with you? There. Oh, fuck. Now I gotta do it again. Okay. We're good. Let's see what this does. Hey, that looks maybe better, maybe. Not totally. Yeah, the temperature is improving. I'm gonna be the mighty fishes. Sure. The mighty fishes.
Z-Club, 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 Z-Club.
You pick second. Okay, fine. Computer picks Mikey Thomas. I'll pick Pablo Naruto. There he is.
Hola.
Yes.
Soy Pablo y me gusta mucho el béisbol. Buena suerte. La próxima vez me escoges, ¿sí? Escógeme. Yo juego muy bien. Buena suerte. La próxima vez me escoges, ¿sí?
My fucking mouse is gone.
Hola. Soy Pablo y me gusta mucho el béisbol. Buena suerte. La próxima vez me escoges, ¿sí? Escógeme. Yo juego muy bien.
There it is. It's back.
Excelente.
Pick me. I'm fast and smart.
Okay, but I'm pretty good.
What? No, I said.
Pick me.
Oh,
All
there's a.
day. That's all right. Maybe next time.
Oh my fucking god.
Me. I can play all day. All right. Thanks, buddy. Hey, I can sometimes make a good play. Sometimes.
Okay.
All right, we're gonna win. I wanna play. Please pick me.
Oh, you have to wait till she talks. Okay. Ronnie Dobbs?
Let me tell you, I'm the best. You hear me? The best.
Tony Del Vecchio. No.
Tony is not happy.
I know.
You're crazy if you don't pick me.
No.
You're very silly for not picking me.
Okay. Who has the bats?
I'm hankering to play me a little ball.
There you go. Marquis Dubois, you're in. You got 3 bats. Your running sucked, but you got 3 bats. That's good. And how about you?
I can't grow so good because my mom says I have
Running and pitching. Okay, sure. All right, Gretchen. I'm just sick of this. I just want to play a fucking game, man. Oh, no, I got to have 9 people. Of course. Wow, Dante can run.
Just say we to me. You hear, sugar?
Oh, my God.
Mercy me.
What do you got?
play on your
You
next game
suck,
if you're
Jorge.
asking.
No.
You know who I am? Oh, well. Hey, I'm a racquetball player.
Is there anyone with 4 besides Pablo? Oh, she runs. Okay, Luann is a runner.
Me for your team.
There we go. All right, you're fast.
Hear that,
Do it.
Teddy? We got picked.
My dad says I should play infield so I don't throw my arm out.
Fuck
Goody!
it. I'm just sick.
Now pick my sister Ashley.
I'm just sick of it. Okay, your sister Ashley? Sure. I will. There.
My dad says I should play infield so I don't throw my arm out.
Okay.
Oh, goody! Sydney and I are on the same team.
That is not how they work. That's not how siblings work, bro. All right, there's our team photo. Save it. Right there. Okay, today's game. Today's game.
Time again. Time for some non-stop baseball fun. I'm Sunny Day, and joining me is my pal Vinny the Gooch. Together, we'll bring you
Vinny
a
the
bit of
Gooch.
reaction.
What she means is she's never gonna stop yapping.
It's my job, Vinny.
Going head-to-head in today's game are the Mighty Fishes and the Little Hornets. We're gonna try something new out here in the stands today. Every time they call a timeout, I want everybody to get up, do the wave, and then sit down in the seat next to yours. By the end of the game, maybe we'll make it all the way around to where we started. Are you all with me on this?
I think we're all ready to play some baseball.
Nope. There. Close enough. That's as good as I can get it.
On the mound today is Tony Del Vecchio.
Slick will tell you he's the best pitcher around. But when it comes to pressure situations, this hot dog has no mustard.
First in line, Pablo Sanchez.
And it's
Oh.
time to hop on
No,
that
he's.
merry
Why is he
round
not
for
batting
another
cleanup?
ride.
Mándame una buena.
He's set. Pitch on the way. Strike one.
Okay,
That one
so
got by him.
this is gonna be
Nobody
easier
out.
if I do it with a mouse for whatever reason.
Becomes center. Cuts to the plate. A swing. Another strike. And the count is 0-2. throws it. The swing, smacked one left of center.
Up, run. Run two. Go two. I don't know how to make you run.
I must have forgotten to carry the one.
He's out of there.
God.
All you can do is try your hardest.
It's all mouse. I thought this was a. Is this not a fucking? It's not a console game.
The windup and the delivery. A swing, strike one.
This is a computer game. It is. It's originally a computer game. I did not know that. That's why I had my controller out the whole time.
Into the windup. Pitch on the way. Swing. Another strike. 0-2. Target goes up and the throw. Swinging. I'll do better next time. Bernie Steele, turn it back. Okay, I'm ready. From the windup and delivers. Swing.
Okay.
Strike one.
That seems
And
illegal.
The count is 0-1. From the windup, he throws it. Swinging. A long fly. And he's out. Halfway through the inning now.
Okay.
Here's Ashley Weber, ready to wow the crowd.
She pitches better against kids who speak French and write poetry verses. And rumor has it, she's not a big fan of Brussels sprouts.
Really? That's weird. My parents told me all kids like Brussels sprouts.
Oh, no, you.
Here comes Mike Thomas, first up to bat.
Okay, there we go. Let's throw some heat. Right here.
The windup, throws it. A swing, strike one.
That's
Now's
heat.
a good time to use a breaking ball.
With nobody out. The windup, the pitch. Swing. Another strike. Hard left.
In my book, a solid left hook is the mark of a good pitcher.
And the count is 0-2.
Shut the
Takes a
fuck
strike
up,
and
please.
delivers. Swing. A bouncing ball. Goes for the diving catch. Up with it. Tosses it over to first. That's it. Out.
Okay.
Keisha Phillips, turn it back.
Throw some heat. Right down the middle.
Motion and the throw. A swing. Strike one.
Now give us another one, baby.
Fast and furious heat. It was in there. One out. Into the motion.
More heat.
Cuts to the plate. A swing.
There you go.
A long fly. Running back.
Way to go, sis.
And that one bounces over for a ground rule double.
Okay.
Aww.
Jocinda Smith comes to bat. The stretch. Here's the pitch. Ball one. They have a runner on second. One out.
I'm gonna ace this one.
The stretch and delivers. A swing. Strike one. And the count is 1-1. Into the windup. The 1-1 pitch. Low and inside. And the count is 2-1. The windup.
Up and in, up and in.
2-1 pitch. High and inside.
What?
And the count is 3-1.
I'm gonna try really hard this time.
Here's the windup. 3-1 pitch. Swing. A bouncing ball. Got it. Throws it over to first. She's out. Quick throw to second. Did he just drop the ball?
Tell me that didn't just happen.
Whoops.
I think she...
Oh, you can skip the dialogue by pressing escape. Oh, that's fun.
Takes her stretch. Here's the pitch. Swing. A bouncing ball. She gobbles it up. Leaves it to first.
Okay.
That's it. Out. That'll bring our team up to bat. And that'll do it in the first inning. Left one on second. Okay, that'll bring up Vicky Kawaguchi.
Don't throw the ball fast, okay?
All right, here we go.
From the windup and the offering. Swung on.
Go, 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 bitch, go!
That little blooper.
Run,
sent him
bitch,
running.
run!
It's tough not to let an out shake you up.
Okay, that'll bring up Marky DuBois.
Time for a little power.
From the windup and delivered. Swinging. Strike one.
Should have let that one go.
1 out.
All right, grounder, I guess?
From the stretch, throws it. The swing, another strike.
Too early, I guess. All right, time for another power one. Let's go.
Into the motion, throws it. A swing.
Oh, that was
early.
Oh, man.
through the heat.
Gretchen Hasselhoff stepping up to the plate.
Jabberjaw's a fairly strong runner. He doesn't get tired very easily.
I'm gonna second one outside.
Ready now, throws it. Strike one.
That was outside the strike zone.
From the stretch, fires. Swinging. Fouled one back. 0-2.
This is bullshit, Blue. Get some glasses, Blue. Tony Tone, thank you for 31 months.
Target goes up, and the delivery. A swing.
No. Yes. I'm done. I don't want to play backyard baseball no more. It's a little too old. Just a little too old for me. All right, we're gonna close out the day with something easy and fun. Yep, we're gonna start shooting. More redneck. Oh, that's right. This is not easy or fun. I forgot. I gotta ghost myself a little bit. Nope, not that. There we go. So you can see behind me.
Oh, yeah.
Would you get over there? No! Fuck! Fuck you, dude. God, this sucks so much. This might be the worst level in the whole game. I went to see a movie called The Invite. It stars Seth Rogen. It was good. I'm glad. I'm glad to hear that, Bob. Thanks for letting us know. There we go. No, no. Fucking bullshit, fly. Oh, you fucking bitch. There you go. There you go. Yes. Oh my God. In with a chance. No! God damn it! Ugh. Oh, I got a little shield. Well, there it went. There we go. Motherfucking bitches, goddamn sucking! Good start. Motherfucker! Sicily, thank you for giving out 10 new subs to TechNil579, Danisario, Sir Bob78, Dante the Spartan, Karibo, Stochastic Guy, Erebus56, Lemonhead760, Patty B. Pulido, and Flinttown 420.
Hail Berserkers!
Thank you so much. No, this gun. No, this one. Fucking dipshit. Sicily with another gift us up to Stone Cold Steve Autism. At the risk of backseating your stream, I think your game category is still. Oh, it is. You're right. I did. Yep, I haven't changed it yet. Sorry, my bad. My bad. My bad. My bad. There. Thank you. Oh my fucking god, I just want a new level! This sucks ass. There you go. Okay. 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 Oh no. No. No.
It's almost the 4th of July, and I'm gonna celebrate. We're gonna say our prayers. We're gonna eat our vitamins. We're gonna masturbate daily. Oh yeah.
Let's go! Oh my god, let's go! Thank you, Orange Willie, for giving us sub to Hulk Hogan molested me. And Pete, thank you for the 500 bits.
Oh, yeah.
Whoops. There you go. I think you should have put it in chat, Scott. But I'll just read it right now. Scott said, yes, Zeke is a ghost. It was a murder-suicide. He killed his career, then himself. I mean, oh, fuck you, you fucking game. I mean, relatively... How in the fuck do they expect me to hit that fucking blue bottle without hitting that fucking TV? There's no fucking way. Fucking you rotten motherfucker. Oh, that was my only chance. It's never gonna happen again. It's gonna hit that fucking microwave or that television. Or me. Are you fucking kidding me? Pick your arm up, you dipshit! What is matter with there you go? Yeah. Now I just need to not die. And I have a chance. get the fuck. Man, I got some pretty easy shots. If I can just get that blue bottle inside of that fucking little cage there. Or what? What? Yeah. Let's go! Let's get to fucking yeah! Any farts? Yes, we have farts.
Shh, little butt crack. Be quiet. This is a ninja mission.
There you go. That was perfect. Great. How much are they? $2.99. Fuck off. Fuck you, dude! I don't think I've hit one of the bottles yet, even on accident. Ugh. Dude. Fuck! Wow, I got one. Yes, I first played this a while ago, yeah. I don't remember how long ago, but... Fucking fuck! They set the whole fucking level up for you to shoot yourself in the fucking head! Right here! What? I I can't pull my arm out. That was worth it. So you're probably wondering how I got here. Fucking fuck, man. There you go. Finally put myself out of my misery. Fuck me!
Oh, yeah.
Fucking perfect. Fucking beautiful. Man, that couldn't have been any closer. Right in the middle of my fucking head. All right. That's it. That's gonna do it. Oh, what a day. What a day. What a fucking day, man. Let me unghostify myself. There we go. 4 turds that I reckon. No, I've had a dozen turds. I think a dozen turds is probably my record. All right, everybody. That's it for me today. Hope you guys have a good, happy 4th. I don't know what I'm gonna eat tonight. Hot dogs and hamburgers and ribs or something. I don't know. Maybe I'll just fucking sit in front of the fucking air conditioner the whole day. Yeah, go blow shit up. Nah, man, I got dogs. I can't blow anything up anymore. But thank you once again. Thank you for helping me hit that goal. We hit the goal. I'll make the spreadsheet tonight. We'll be drawing the name on Tuesday for the if-then winner of July, excuse me. And that game will be played on okay. That game will be played on the 28th tentatively the 28th. So, thank you very much for being here. I'll be on tomorrow for drop frames. And then, fucking next week. I don't know. Maybe it's bond time next week. I said I was going to save it until after I got back from vacation, but I think I might do something else when I get back. When do I get back? What day of the week? A Thursday. Okay. I'll have to think about it, but it might be 007 next week. Because it's only going to take like 2 or 3 streams, right? Because I haven't checked it out yet, and I want to check it out. But for now, I'm out of here.
And until next time, for all of my Berserkers, and for all of Zeconia, this is me, Zeke, saying, see ya.
You're a cunt.
Missed it. Too late. Aha, bitch.
Happy 4th, everyone.